Recording in progress.
No, go ahead, Nedu.
Okay, Chair. Thank you very much. Can you see the agenda, members and
Yes,
Chairperson?
can.
Okay. Chair, today is the 17th of September, 2025. We are meeting in line with the rules of the National Assembly. Chair, you have already welcomed all the members that are in attendance and the department and any officials, stakeholders. Okay. The next chair item on the agenda is the introduction by members and officials. Chair, it's safe to say that today we have the following members of parliament that are in attendance. It's you, Chair, Member Masango, we have Member Ramayila, we have Member Mahato, we have Member Mchweni, we have Member Nhlong, we have Member Abrahams, we have Member Kwabasa, we have Member Munyai, we have Member Mare. Chair, Member Peters was trying to get hold of me while I'm busy. I think she's struggling to join the meeting. I'll attend to her after the agenda. After that, Chair, we'll also tender apologies. I don't have any apologies. That's from my side. And the minister will hand over to the minister to provide an overview. And then afterwards, we'll proceed at 9:20 to receive a presentation from the department on its first term quarterly report on the financial and non-financial performance for 2025 financial year, which is April to June this year. And then we'll have engaged on deliberations and responses. And then, Chair, we assume that at 11 o'clock to 11:20, Chair, there will be a presentation by SASSA on the biometric verification process. We'll also have some engagement thereafter as well, Chair. We'll have the internal business from 12:20 to 10:02, whereby our content advisor will present the committee annual performance plan and strategic plan for consideration and adoption by this committee. And also, Chair, will proceed to get to approve the minutes of 12/8 July and 27 August, Chair. Thereafter, you will have closing remarks, Chair. Also to note that today there is a chairperson's forum, and then we advise that committees need to conclude its business at 2:15 so that the chairperson can attend the meeting at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, Chair. Over to you to to continue with the proceedings, Chair, to facilitate the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindiwe. I would like to hand over to the honorable members to please adopt the agenda. Is there anyone who would like to adopt this agenda as having been presented to us?
Honorable Munyai, for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Munyai, for adoption. Any seconder, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Mahato, I second.
Thank you, Honorable Mahato. The agenda as we have it has been duly adopted by the honorable members. Thank you for that. I will welcome the minister, the honorable minister again, although on my screen she does not appear, but I will hand over, seeing that we did not get any apology from her office. I then assume that the honorable minister is among us because I can see the Department of Social Development is here. It is over to you, honorable minister. You are welcome this morning. Thanks.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. Mr. Nishpari speaking, the DG of the department. We were informed that Minister tendered an apology in writing because she's attending cabinet. There's the cabinet this morning until 1 o'clock. So both the minister and the deputy minister are not in attendance today. I saw the letter of apology written to the committee. I don't know, maybe you didn't get it, but I saw the letter sent on Monday to apologize that she won't be part of this meeting.
Thank you for that, DG. Can we confirm, Lindiwe, if by any chance this letter did come through to us on Monday or any other day?
No, Chair, not that I'm aware of. Chair,
Okay.
am I audible? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, it means that the letter is on its way from Pretoria. It hasn't landed in Cape Town yet. And that in the days of technology, these things are instant. The minute I press send, the other person is receiving on the other hand. If DG, if you could just share that your office can share that letter from the Honourable Minister and the Deputy Minister with the committee secretary, I would really appreciate that. Otherwise, we will take your word for it for now, but for our records, we do need to have that letter. Because obviously, if we don't have any apology and the apology was already sent on Monday, we would need to have sight of that letter. In the absence of the Honourable Minister and the Honourable Deputy Minister, I then need to hand over to ask the members to just table to the members that we are now in a situation where the minister, as far as the DG is concerned, duly issued an apology as early as Monday, which apology has not reached us. So we then have to go ahead, honourable members, with the proviso that the letter from the minister will reach us when it does. Honourable Mnyai?
I think I'm in agreement with you because for the fact that, as you have said, in the technological world, there could be glitches, either on the side of our parliamentary system or on the department. So the fact that the DG has tendered the apology reaffirming, in addition to instruction that it must be resent to the secretary, I will move that we accept that apology and go ahead and receive the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mnyai. I will now hand over to the DG and his team to take us through the presentation. Please, over to you, DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and Honourable Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee. We are going to be doing the presentation, two of them. One is the presentation on the first quarter performance and the financial report. And the second one will be by SASSA, which is the on biometrics, as requested by the Portfolio Committee. Our approach here will be that I think you're aware that as a department, we've got a very big responsibility that we deal with. And this is in relation to the broader social protection as expressed in Section 9, 10, and 27 of the Constitution. And also, as a department, we, on a daily basis, are mandated to provide care and support services to the vulnerable groups. And moreover, on top of that, we provide the first line of defense in terms of the fighting poverty and the vulnerability in the country. So as such, it is important that we need to account and we need to make sure that we deliver the services. We know national responsibility is in relation to the provision of development of policies and its implementation, but our role now is also edified by the implementation of medium-term development plan 25 to 2030 with 3 priorities, and mostly the priority 3 on reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living that places more responsibility to the department and its entities. Of note, Chair and members, is that I think the time we are living in is very problematic. We see a lot of increased social ills. The poverty levels are increasing, yet the economy is not growing. A lot of the unemployment and the need for services has increased. And as such, we need to be vigilant, we need to be accountable, and need to be responsible for our actions and ensure that we deliver services accordingly. So this morning, we will be presenting to you the first quarter, which we will provide information. These presentations provide us with the first quarter performance and expenditure against the predetermined objectives. And we will also indicate in terms of the targets that we have planned, how many of those have been achieved, and those that are not being achieved, what are we dealing with, how are we ensuring that we achieve targets. I am with the EXCO of the department, the leadership of Head Office of Social Development in South Africa is here with me. So we will act at the end when the members ask questions for clarity. The leadership of the department will be able to respond to those questions, representing the whole 60 million people in the country, and become accountable for their actions, our actions as a department. Let me hand over to Mr. Tabani Buthelezi to take us through the first quarter performance report, and then will be followed by the finances, the expenditure of the quarter one that will be provided by the CFO of the department, Thandeka Ngcobo. Over to you, Tabani.
Thanks, Director General. Very good. My greetings and good morning to Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. I think the DG has set the tone in terms of the presentation and gave the purpose why we are here presenting, which is in response to the invitation that was received by the department to come and account as you provide your oversight responsibilities. So we're here to share the presentation on the performance information in terms of how we've performed against the predetermined objectives, which are some of the targets, which are the targets that are included in our annual performance plan for 25-26, and we'll be focusing mainly what were those commitments in relation to the 3 months period we started in April and ended in June 2025. As you'll see, Chairperson and honorable members, the department during this period obtained an 82% achievement of those particular targets, and I'll give the breakdown. And I think part of the reason why there is an improved performance, because if you compare what was achieved during this period as compared to the 24-25, I think the department, they became meticulous and they introduced they made efforts, introduced some of the initiatives to ensure that the performance improves. I'll list quite a few of them. One of the things historically that they've been doing is to make sure that they conduct and have performance reviews. But in addition to that, what they started doing, they dedicated their time and effort to review and redesign the new protocol of performance reporting, which was approved by the accounting officer, in this case, the Director General, in order to improve the performance of the DSD. Secondly, in terms of aid programs, they were all empowered with the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation Reporting guidelines, which they get to be revised from time to time, given that we have an MTDP. So the DPME as well made revisions to the guidelines that need to assist us in terms of how do we plan and how do we report in terms of our performance. So this is still ongoing, and we'll make sure that as part of institutionalizing it on regular basis, we do empower programs, not just program managers in the event of DDGs, but even some of the middle managers to be included as well, as they are the one that implement some of the work. But also there was an ongoing interaction, especially with the internal and external auditors to address possible negative audit findings. So, Honorable Chairperson, this report that we are presenting today has been presented before the assurers and specifically the risk as well as the audit committees, and subsequently this report on the 31st of July was duly submitted to the Department of Performance Monitoring as an evaluation as expected and as per the guidelines. This next slide then gives the breakdown in terms of all the programs and what were the targets, as well as what was attained by each program of the 5 programs. So the DSD, as you know, has got 5 programs. Program 1 is administration in the main. So it involves the Office of the Minister, Office of the DG, it involves corporate services, corporate support services. It also has strategy and also has finance, which is the CFO office. So on this program 1, there were 4 targets specifically that were planned, and all of them were achieved. On program 2 is 1 target. It is the 1 target that specifically is very important because it mainly relates to the transfers of monies. All these grants that get to be paid are the ones that sits within this program, so that those household and beneficiaries that need to be paid on a month-to-month basis are paid from this. So it's just that particular target. Program 3 is about the policies which relate to social security, and they had 7 targets that they had planned for the financial year. Only 1 was not met, with 6 fully met, and which gives them about 86%, and would give account of those targets that were not met. Program 4, they had a total of 14 targets, 2 were not met, with 12 being fully met. Program 5, which is community development, they had a total of 7 targets. They were able to meet 4, and the 3 were not met, and we'll give detail in terms of that. So this then, Chairperson gives the detail in terms of what is it contained in this 82% if we disaggregate it, and you could see the department had a total of 33 targets, 27 were met, and 6 are not met. Were not met, rather. And this then present in a graphical manner in terms of what's on the red as well as the green, the red being 82 of all those targets that were met, and the 18 accounts for the 6 targets that were not met at the end of the reporting period. Now, Chairperson, we would like to move then and account for those targets that were not met, and especially give the reasons and what are the remedial actions, and somehow indicate where we are as we are presenting this work insofar as those targets that were not met. So I did indicate that program 1 met all its targets. Program 2 also met all its target is only 1, as I did indicate, but program 3, that's where there's only 1 target, and that target relates to the capacity building workshop that the program had planned to conduct in 2 districts, and by the end of the reporting period, it was only 1 district where they trained, and this was done in Ehlanzeni in Mpumalanga district. Are you moving, Chief, or it's me still? Okay. And the challenges, Chairperson, were that when you start coordinating for this work, because we are not only wanting to engage for these workshops with your counterparts in terms of other government departments, but you also look at other stakeholders, whom some of them are far beyond our control, and it becomes a challenge to coordinate and agree on appropriate dates. Even sometimes when there will be agreements, there could be those shifts and so forth. So that period and that process hampered in terms of lack of that coordination, in terms of how that particular workshop could also be concluded. But as we speak currently, Chairperson, we are happy to report that indeed during the Q2 that workshop was held as well. So which makes it that whilst it was not met during the reporting period, but post that, all the workshops that had been planned for Q1 have been duly conducted, the two of them. And you'll see, Chairperson, as we move further to other where we had been able to achieve our targets. There's been overachievement where with innovations and learning from these experiences, we're able to meet our targets. So I'll move to the two targets now from, as I indicated, Program 4 had 14 targets and only met 12, and the two that are not met. So the two that I want to highlight, one relates to the services, professional social services and older persons. What was planned, Chairperson, here, the program had planned to commemorate the World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in the Western Cape. And working with the neck joints, the department was then guided insofar as trying to focus mainly on the government, on the 90-day program, which is a government response to the gender-based violence and femicide. And for next joints, they did indicate to say, whilst we had planned to have this day in Western Cape, however, the statistics for them indicate that the high incidence of the elderly killings in the country are happening in Eastern Cape, and the guidance is that this should better be commemorated in Eastern Cape rather than in the Western Cape. So as a result, this day was indeed commemorated on the 15th of June, and this was done in the Eastern Cape. But because how the target is structured and is specific to say it should be in the Western Cape, so technically that target is not met, yet the commemoration did occur in the Eastern Cape, Chairperson. However, the program is still engaging with Western Cape, trying to confirm the dates so that even Western Cape is not left behind, as it's been part of the planning. And I'm sure as when we look at the annual performance, we'll be able to indicate that indeed annually this has been met, not just the commemoration, but also in the area where it was targeted. But we are happy that we're able to reach an area where it is a serious focus and where these high incidents are taking place. The second one relates to the social crime prevention and substance abuse, Chairperson. The target here relates to the department's monitoring of the systems that it has developed. There's 4 of the systems that have been developed. This relates to the integrated justice, integrated social crime prevention, electronic information management systems. And instead of monitoring 4 of these systems, it was only 3 that were monitored and only 1 that was not. And that one is specifically the accreditation on diversion systems. And the plan was to monitor this in the province of the Western Cape. But after the plans that had been made and engagements with the province at the 11th hour, the province of Western Cape decided to pull out and not giving access to the national department for them to be able to conduct this, irrespective of the plans that have been afoot and confirmations have been made. And these are some of the challenges sometimes that the national department would have with the provinces, because there could be other priorities that will come, or there could be other reasons. But we are planning, as part of the remedial action, Chairperson, we will be engaging. The DG has reached out to the HOD to find space and time for us to engage, so that the province is clear in terms of the implications of them changing some of these things once the plans are done. And I know even at the HSDS meeting, which is a meeting of the DG and heads of social development that will be taking place on Thursday, I'm sure he'll be emphasizing on these things, because we should be presenting even our performance, so that they indicate, so that they are able to have an appreciation on the impact of this performance and how much we depend on their cooperation. Moving to Program 5 is also 3 of them. As I did indicate that they had 7 targets. They were able to fully meet 4 with the 3 unmet. The first one under Program 5 relates to the population and development. The program had planned to finalize a progress review report on the implementation of the population policy, and this had to be presented to the FOSAT SPCHD cluster, and we could not complete the the review report, because the program decided to include the inputs from the MTDP, and you understand and appreciate, Honorable Chairperson, that there were delays in the finalization of the medium-term development plan, which was only concluded in February following the postponements in October. So that hampered as well our ability, the program's ability to conclude this work in time. However, I can report, Chairperson, that as we speak, all the revisions have been included in the current report, and this will be presented to the FOSAT SPCHD cluster before the end of the second quarter. On youth development, Chairperson, the National Department has developed the DSD Youth Development Policy, which it continues to monitor on a regular basis. So the plan during this quarter was to do this monitoring on the 3 provinces. However, it was only in one province, only in one province where the monitoring was conducted, and the outstanding 2 provinces has been monitored outside the reporting period, and so it was only during the third quarter. The final one, Chairperson, which is the 6th target, which we did not meet as a department, relates to the non-profit organization. This is a very contested space, Chairperson. It's a very complex one. I'm sorry, I should have skipped. I'm focusing on my only printed copy and forget that this. Yes, thanks. My apologies for that, Chairperson. The target here it's crafted in the way that it says we need to register 100% of qualifying, and I want to emphasize qualifying applications within the 2 months of receipt of compliance, and this is in compliance with the NPO Act. So what then happened, Chairperson, is that from our side we did register all qualifying. But how the target gets crafted in terms of the technical indicator, there's a miscalculation, because the TDI starts from of all those that were received. But here the target should be about qualifying. So we need to put that, the qualifying, because for example, in this month, in this reporting period, we received over 6,000 applications, but it was only 652 that were qualifying. So we have been engaging with the HASA so that we make revisions on that technical indicator description, and they have agreed, and those changes have been affected. It's just that this happened beyond the reporting period. So, but all the NPOs that qualified to be registered have been registered. That is 100%. That is from our side. But because of how this has been defined, technically, it's been that particular argument, but we want to assure the portfolio committee that everyone that had qualified amongst those applications that were received were able to be registered. Thanks. That brings then the end of the space in which we wanted to elevate and admit of the targets that we did not do well, and now we'll shift and talk about the targets that we met, and starting, of course, from program 1. Program 1, I did indicate that it's about 4 targets, and all 4 of them were met. And the first one relates to the entity oversight. The department has, Chairperson, the entity government oversight framework that it continues to implement, and part of its implementation is to make sure that we host and we conduct quarterly oversight meetings where the DG chairs those engagements with the CEOs of the respective entities, and as part of it to make sure that as part of the implementation of this entity oversight, and is one of the areas that the department has always been found wanting in terms of how do you strengthen the oversight function over the entities. The second one relates to the information management system and technology. The department, there's 2 targets related to this. Number 1 is the National Integrated Social Policy, Social Protection Information System, that it continues to develop to make sure that you have, as a country, we have a national integrated social protection system that will promote the real-time tracking and reporting on the provision of social development services in a much more inefficient and integrated manner. So if you see the work that the department has been doing in terms of using an ID number as a unique identifier, where we are able, through this ID number, you can tell if a child is receiving a grant, and the very same child, what other services, social protection services that has been receiving, including NSFAS and so forth, and blah, blah, blah. So it's what part of the work that we've been doing. So at the heart of this piece is exactly to do that. And so we've been in the phase 2 of that work. And what we've been able to do is to ensure that the system links to the Home Affairs information so that we know that the services are received by people who are eligible, who are registered, and who've got IDs. And that's how then this work that has been able to do. So we are glad to report on that one. The second part, the department, as part of the digital transformation program and agenda in which the government in South Africa has been engaged with, DSD as well has in a space where it's looking at how does it digitize its services, and I'm sure through the and I think we learned a lot during COVID to make sure that people are able to receive services even without having a face-to-face interaction. And we're in particular space as department where we're saying, how do we digitize our services? But however, this has been in line with our social sector digital transformation strategy. And we are learning from that. If you look at the success stories of SASSA, where everyone that received the SRD, there was no physical interaction, but everyone was doing online. And also as a department, want to make sure that people they don't lose out of accessing our services, and it does not have to take them to come to our forces, to the offices or to the service point. And this is a space that we are in. On finance, Chairperson, we and honorable members, the department still inspires and to obtain a unqualified audit opinion. As part of that, as you know, during this reporting period, all government departments as well as entities of government, they need to submit their annual financial statements by 31st of May. And indeed, the department was able to submit its annual financial statement, not only to the AGSA, but also to the AG and the National Treasury. And they were able to do that within the stipulated time. So that brings an end to program 1. Program 2, I did dedicate is one program, it's just one target, and this target was fully met, and this relates to the transfers of 100% of social assistance grant funds to SASSA. This is done in line with the approved vote drawings from the National Treasury. So it gives the exact amount, which is just 70.625 billion. Of that amount that during this reporting period, DSD was able to transfer to SASSA. You would see in the slide, honorable members, that we were able to disaggregate and give exact rands and cents each month of the 3 months of this quarter. In April, it was 23.5 billion. In May, it was 23.5. In June, it was 23.6 billion. And we gave this, and we, knowing and appreciating the impact that these grants have in not only cushioning our people, but also making sure that it also increased the educational outcomes, the ed outcomes, as well as cushioning our most vulnerable people from abject poverty. So we'll continue to do this because it's one of those success stories of our democratic South Africa. Moving to program 3, I'll just highlight quite just a few of them. There was a target relating on the work on the basic income support draft policy to be completed. And indeed, the program was able to host consultations on the BAS draft policy, and this was completed and compiled a consultation report following extensive engagement with departments that are supposed to play a role in the implementation of the BIS policy. Secondly, you could see in some of the areas how these tables are, where there are deviations, and deviations is not just about not meeting target, but even when the target is over met or it's overachieved, rather, we need to give account exactly why you did to do more in this one and what assisted you. So we'll try and do that in the areas where there will be elements of overachievement. The first quarter target was for us as a DSD to conduct oversight visit to 9 SASSA provincial offices, so they're called regional offices, so that we're able to monitor the implementation of the social security programs. And the department had planned to only do 2 provinces, but by end of the reporting period, they were able to do 3. And what assisted is that the team was able to be divided into 2 groups, which gave them more time to finish the 2 provinces. They were able to add an additional one, so that they're able to move with speed in terms of coverage. The other target relates to the appeals, and as you understand that we need to have these appeals because they seek to ensure that we improve access on administrative justice by ensuring timeous adjudication of social assistance appeals within the legislated time frame. So the target here, the commitment we made on this quarter was to adjudicate 90% of the appeals within the 19 days, and indeed that was met, and we give exact figures. So we had received 859 appeals, and 801 of the 859 were adjudicated, and this gave us a 93.25%, which is just a 3.5% above the 90% that is set as our target. Moving forward, also, we had planned to conduct 50 appeals. We had planned to conduct 50 appeals awareness sessions to SASSA focal local offices, and this was done, Chairperson, and we overachieved because instead of 50, we also had 2 additional. And as I said, this is also because of the split of the team into 2 groups that assisted us to cover more ground. To produce an audit report on social assistance grants, our commitment for this particular quarter, we wanted to approve a 3-year, which is from 2025 to 2028, social assistance strategic audit plan, and indeed this was approved and it is available. The last one under program 3, Chairperson, the program had planned to conduct training on social assistance legislation in 2 provinces, and this was done, and we overachieved because we had planned only for Mpumalanga and Free State, but also we ended up including Limpopo because having split this one team into 2 teams assisted us, and also the one team was able to focus on general social assistance regulations, and the other team focused on the CSG top-up regulations to address the low take-up rates that we have been observing in this. I'll be moving now to one of the key programs on the welfare services policy development and implementation support. As I did indicate that there were 14 targets here, 2 were not met, 12 that were met. So I'll be taking you through the 12, but I'll try to give just a high-level account. One of the programs relates to the children's legislation and families. The program had planned to conduct 20 capacity building sessions on the Children's Act, and we are doing this to make sure that we are able to capacitate properly our children protection sector workforce, and to making sure that there's uniform implementation and interpretation of the Act. So with that, we were able to successfully conduct 4 capacity building sessions on the Children's Act. This is what was the actual output. And the next one relates to our capacity to build teenage parent programs, and we're doing this for 2 things. Number one, we want to make sure that we contribute towards the support of social workers that render teenage parents. Secondly, to ensure that we also empower the teenagers who have become parents now to enable them to execute their new role effectively. And so what part of our plans was for this reporting period to capacitate 2 districts on the teenage parent program, and indeed in Mpumalanga and Tshwane. In Mpumalanga, we were able to capacitate eTlanzeni, and in Gauteng, we were in Tshwane in the North Corridor. Moving still on the children's legislation and families, we had a plan to target to capacitate 2 districts on white paper on families, And this was overachieved because whilst we had planned to only focus on 2 provinces, which is KZN as well as the Eastern Cape. So when we went to train, for example, in a district in KZN, participants also coming from other neighboring or adjacent districts also attended this, because in these spaces, through the word of mouth, you end up having with a high turnout rate and so forth, because these are trainings and capacity that are in high demand. So that's why we had the high attrition rate or the turn up in this one. So instead of only training 2, we ended up with 7, and we provide the detail that in KZN it was Amajuba, Utugela, and Umzinyat, and in the Eastern Cape it was Tambo, Alfred Nzo, as well as the Krisani, as well as the Ujobabi district. So these were the 7 districts that were trained on the white paper on families, chairperson and other members. Moving to HIV and AIDS program, we as a department, we continue to monitor the implementation of the guidelines on social service practitioners, enabling access to HIV services in 2 districts, and indeed that was done. It was met in Northwest. It was in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, and in KwaZulu-Natal it was at Lamb. And we're doing this to make sure that as a department and as a unit, we strengthen the provision of psychosocial support services, interventions, and to improve the well-being of children living with HIV and families. Still on children's services, we had a number of capacity building that we had planned, especially at the district level, and at the annual level. I know we want to have 9, and we had planned 3 districts in this particular quarter to capacitate these districts on recap, and we were able to do that in Krisani, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, as well as Ivembe in Limpopo. On the implementation on community-based prevention and early intervention services to vulnerable children, we've got this program which is loosely referred to as, or famously known as REHISA. And as a department, we continue, and it's what we plan to do for this current financial year, that will continue to monitor its implementation. And during this reporting period, we're able to compile a consolidated monitoring report on these particular services, and so the target was fully met. We continue to conduct additional awareness sessions on the prevention of sexual abuse of children in 5 provinces. This is what we have planned, and for this reporting period, we have planned to do that in 3 provinces, and indeed we successfully conducted additional awareness sessions in Free State, Limpopo, as well as the Western Cape. What one could highlight as some of the impact is that due to this educational awareness, especially in Limpopo, where we were, specifically in Mopane district municipality, 1 case of sexual abuse was identified during the engagement and allocated to the local office, and the family is receiving, as we speak, assistance from the local office in Makokwalia village. And so the gaps in the delivery of services such as the capacity building were identified, and plans are in place to capacitate the officials. And furthermore, the implementation of the developed intervention plan is underway and will be monitored. I thought I need to highlight and elevate that impact, Chairperson. On professional services to other persons, the Program 4 had planned to monitor the implementation of regulations on the requirements and conditions for the registration to practice social service practitioners in 2 districts, and indeed this was overachieved because it was not only in Gauteng and not only in Free State and KZN as planned, but Gauteng volunteered, raised its hand to say it will be able it wishes to be prioritized, and it was indeed prioritized. So this was an overachievement because beyond the 2 that we had planned to do, we were able to include 1 additional province, and I indicate it was the Gauteng province. On the other persons, the program had planned to develop a draft supervision policy on social service professionals. And the draft supervision policy has been developed. on the commitment to review and strengthen the monitoring tool on the psychosocial support service and shelter policy in 15 GBV hotspot areas. We were able at the end of this reporting period to review and strengthen the monitoring tool for the psychosocial services and shelter policy in 15 GBV hotspots. And these are areas that have been identified and are in line with the National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence and femicide. And I need to indicate, Chairperson, that for this, this resulted in the tool being viewed as comprehensive, easy, and more streamlined, and to use and navigate for all stakeholders in the delivery of sheltering and services through the implementation of both the policy and provision of psychosocial services and the intersectoral sheltering policy. It was viewed also as that the stakeholders and provincial counterparts, that the revised tool can be adapted, used for other monitoring services to ensure that there's effective service delivery. And furthermore, Chairperson, I must indicate and honorable members that the tool was viewed as an eye-opener that will facilitate improvement in the services through the implementation of both policies, and the draft tool will be used during the monitoring visits. And this is what we are proud to report, Chairperson, in this regard. On the Office of the Rights of the Child, we had committed ourselves to conduct consultations on the National Children's Rights Intersectoral Coordination Committee for input, and that was met. And these consultations took place in June, which was the last month of our reporting period. And the other one relating to the disabilities, we had committed ourselves to submit a costing report. Well, this is what we want to do by end of the financial year, but for this quarter, we had committed to develop a template for collection of costing data, as well as the drivers on the respite care services. Indeed, Chairperson, I want to report that that has been fully met. I want to move now towards the last program, which is social policy as well as integrated service delivery, which is usually referred to as community development, with just about 7 targets. I did indicate that it's 3 that were not met and 4 were met, which are the ones that I'm going to report on. One, we had committed to develop, committed ourselves for the development of the DSD portfolio. In terms of the district development framework, a concept document, indeed that concept document has been developed, Chairperson. On the NPO's services, as I said, we do, as part of the NPO Act, there is an obligation of the non-profit organizations to account and show they are still, that they continue to exist, and part of it, as part of the compliance with the NPO Act, they need to submit the narrative reports as well as the financials which are audited. And for us, it's just not about receiving them, but how then do we process, make sure we give feedback and acknowledge even receipt of those particular reports that we receive. And part of our commitment is to make sure that each time that we receive them, 80% of those reports, we are able to process them within the 2 months period of receipt. So as you can see, during this reporting period, the department received 16,344 reports, and we were able to process 16,198, which is almost 99% of all the reports. So we can see that we are able to achieve beyond the 80% that we set for ourselves, because the output is at 99%. On sustainable livelihood, where we are driving specific agendas on ensuring that there's food security, we had committed ourselves to develop a consolidated national food and nutrition security plan, implementation report, and Chairperson, a quarterly, which is for this particular quarter report, was developed. Finally, on my side, on performance information, which is then the 27th target of those that we met, is to draft a discussion paper on linking social security, social protection beneficiary to sustainable livelihood. And we are happy, Chairperson, to report that the first draft discussion paper on linking social protection beneficiaries to sustainable livelihood has been developed. And we are doing this to make sure that this food security and poverty alleviation are become a focus and crucial areas in making sure that we are able to achieve sustainable livelihoods for the poor. In this case, the sustainable livelihood approach serves as a measure to attain sustainable livelihood for the poor by reducing food insecurity and poverty. That brings myself to the end of what I've been tasked to do in terms of presenting the performance information, and through the DG and Honorable Chairperson, I thank you. I'll hand over then to the DG to direct the CFO for the performance report. My apologies for the expenditure report. I thank you. Thanks. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Shenge. Then I will then ask the CFO to lead us into the financial report. Can you go to the next slide, Siviwe?
Yes,
Thank you very much. Over to you, CFO.
Okay. Thank you, DG. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the colleagues. I'm going to be presenting the summary of expenditure for Q1 for the financial year 2025-26.
My sincere apology, CFO. We would like to be able to see you as clearly as we see the DG, please, while you are presenting.
Honorable Chairperson, we're asking the DG to vacate his seat. Honorable Chair, am I visible now?
Yes, yes, you are. Go ahead. We'll apologize to the DG later.
Thank you, Chair. The slide in front of us represent the two financial year. We usually just compare the two. At this time, last year in 2024-2025, we had spent our budget, we're sitting at 25.44%, which was slightly higher than the linear projection of 25%. This year, for the period under review, which is Q1, we've spent 24.03%, which is just slightly lower, but it is within the 25% linear projection. So this is now against our 294 billion rands that was given to the department. This slide talks to the executive summary in terms of the programs. Program 1, spending at 31.59%, which was much higher than, it was like almost 7% higher than the 25% that we ought to spend during Q1. But we will then provide reasons for those, one being the payables and the accruals that were not paid by the end of March. The accruals being those invoices that were not received when the year ended, but the goods and services had been received by the department. The payables being those invoices that were received, but towards just the few days before the end of a financial year, which we still needed to do due diligence in terms of checking whether we need to be paying or there are any other issues that needs to be addressed between the service providers or the project managers. Then on the big money on social assistance, we spent according to the projections, we spent 24.50%. Which was also indicated in the performance report. So that was in line with what we had projected as both the department and SASSA in this case. Then on program 3, which is social security policy and administration, there's a slight underspending there of 16.28%. But when we go through their cost drivers, we will share the reasons behind this underspending. Then on welfare services, policy development and implementation, there's also a slight underspending there at 18.81%. Again, that one will also discuss it when we discuss the reasons behind the cost drivers. Then on social policy and integrated service delivery, the expenditure there is looking as if they are really overspending. They are sitting at 44.80%, but within that program lies the allocation for the National Development Agency, which in terms of our contract, we transfer about 60% in the first quarter. Then the rest of the money gets transferred during the third quarter. Then the rest of this slide talks to the economic classification. In terms of our small budget on the operational budget of 941 million, that we've spent 26.18%. The rest is just the economic classification between the compensation of employees, which we spend 23.48%, then goods and services at 30.24%. Then on our payment for capital assets, there's also a slight underspending there because we were still waiting for the delivery of assets that had been procured during this quarter. So we should see an improvement during this quarter reporting. The next slide is talking to our operational spending, minusing the transfers, sitting at 26.04%. This slide is just showing spending per month in terms of our operational budget between the compensation of employees and goods and services. There it's been normal, it's been the same as compared to the goods and services where we started at the higher note and then we are gradually reducing based on us being able to clear the accruals and other outstanding invoices. This slide is talking to the operational program spending. In terms of program 1, we've spent 32%. Then program 3 sitting at 17.5%. But as I said, I will go through the details. Then program 4 at 22.5%. Program 5 at 22.3%. On the compensation of employees, program 1, because program 1 was able to fill certain positions like the DG's post was filled. So that program, their spending was in line with the linear projection. However, we are program 1 and 4, they were in line, but program 3 and 5, there we still need to fill in vacant positions so that then we can then see the spending going up. This is just the illustration in terms of the graph, looking at our projected cost versus the actual expenditure. As I indicated, with the compensation of employees, we're slightly lower because of the vacant positions that we are currently filling as a department. So the projected, versus the actual, you can see it is slightly lower. Then we spent on 1% on program 3, 12%, and then on program 4, 19.2%, and program 5 at 21.5%. indicated, this is just the illustration that shows in April based on the invoices that were not paid in March when the financial year closed, so we then paid in April. And then we are going down with that. So
Sincere apologies again, CFO. You keep breaking now. You were very clear in the beginning. Between this slide and the previous one, there are things that I believe members could not hear. If you could please just reposition yourself as before. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible now?
You are still breaking, but we can hear you. But I don't know what is happening technologically. But go ahead. Go ahead. I don't think there's anything, it's out of your control. Just go ahead, please.
So this is in terms of our projected expenditure versus the actual. We have indicated that in April we had to spend much higher than what was projected due to the payables and accruals that had to be cleared. That went on as far as May and June. So when we present during the next quarter for this quarter, we should go back to the normal projected expenditure. Then our major spending items, they remain as our audit fees due to the size of our audit. It is high. Services, I'm just going to touch on those few. The operational leases, operating leases, the subsistence and travel and venues, those remains our major spending items. But all in all, on the slides are our spending items. Then on the expenditure analysis, where we look at one, this is the program that spends a lot because it is funding a headcount of 332 positions. The baseline on certain services caters for the mandatory services from the Auditor General's fees, the bursaries, the officials in the department, the computer services. This accommodation is also paid from our municipality, and fees are also paid from here. The fleet management in terms of our transport, the cars are also paid this. That also includes cell phones for management as well as the either IT services. The stationery as well is paid through here. So this one is the reason why this program always spends higher than other, is it covers all the transversal services that is required at the department. Then on program 3, this program head count is sitting at 67 positions. Their spending covers the operational expenditure such as consultants and traveling. Part of the reason why they've underspent is part of the fact that 2 of their target was not achieved, which is the building workshops on social security rights in 2 provinces was not achieved. And also they were also affected by the invoices that were received at the end of quarter 1 that will really reflect the current expenditure report for quarter 2. So that is mainly their reasons. Their cost drivers as the branch, it is mainly driven by 2 policies on social assistance and social insurance, along with the legislative mandate of the Independent Tribunal for Social Assistance to adjudicate social grant appeals. For this quarter, they've had to hire venues as part of the process of finalizing basic income support policy. They've also had to have venues for consultative workshops with various government departments, as well as had to travel to various provinces to provide training on the implementation of social assistance regulations.
CFO, please pardon me. I seem to be seeing messages on the chat group where honorable members are saying we have lost sound completely. Honorable Abrahams, what? Oh, it's back now, apparently. Please go ahead then, ma'am. I'm sorry about this. I wouldn't do this to you. You know that. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
We're just swapping laptops because I think it's the network issue.
Thanks. We're just swapping the tools that we have.
Okay.
You can bear with us for a minute. There's feedback also.
Please cancel here.
In your swapping.
But you.
Chair, are you able to hear us?
Yes, but there's an echo. I think you still have to switch off one of your devices. We can hear you very clearly, but of course you will switch off one of the devices so that there's no echo. Thanks. Apologies, honorable members. As you heard, there is an attempt to restore sound in the department. I see the CFO is now visible to us. Are you ready, ma'am? You can go ahead.
Please.
But you can't see the present. You don't speak on what because there's no presentation.
Lindy, please grant me the rights under Department of Social Development since we've swapped the laptops.
Have the rights been received? Lindiwe, have you been able to give the rights to share the screens to the department as requested?
Chair?
You have.
Chair,
Yes.
how can I assist?
They asked that you share the rights to share the screens because they've swapped the devices
Okay, who must I share to, Siviwe?
to the Department of Social Development.
Okay, Chair. I'll do it right now, right away.
Thanks.
To Siviwe? You're not here, Nja. There is Department of Social Development. I've done it. I've done it. Yes.
Please go ahead, CFO. Can we please go ahead? DG, have we lost contact with you? The rights have been granted and the presentation is in front of us. Can the CFO please go ahead?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
So go to the presenting finances.
Chairperson, we were sitting on program 1. I'm just trying to get to program 1. There we were here looking at we were actually on program 3, looking at their cost drivers. We have indicated that as part of this quarter, they've had to procure venues. They've also had to travel. The branch officials had to travel to conduct various consultations and training sessions, and they've had to also visit various SASSA social assistance appeals process. And part of the expenditure for quarter 1, they also had to appoint consultants just to bridge the gap on those limited personnel that they have in terms of doing the research and legislative review that is required. Then if we move on to program 4, which is welfare services policy development, their headcount is sitting at 227 positions. Their expenditure for goods and services was sitting at 18.4 million. The 2 targets within this program was also not achieved, which also contributed indirectly to the budget. But their cost drivers are sitting between marketing, catering, consultants, travel, and venues. Their major cost drivers, as I said, it's venues, travel, consultants, and advocacy campaign. They've had to also hire venues to conduct training workshops, consultative workshops, conferences, national forums, and National Child Care and Protection Forum, Adoption Forum, National Child Protection Committees, and National Families Forum. On the travel, the officials within this branch, they travel to provinces to support the provinces with the implementation support. They also conduct capacity building sessions on policies, legislations, and occupational sector training in order to equip frontline officials to provide services better. Then they also appoint consultants on specialized areas of research and program development and evaluation where there is lack of capacity. On the advocacy campaign, they've developed the promotional material to popularize various legislations, the policies and program strategies and procurement of promotional material. They've also implemented trying to cut the cost in terms of the venues. Where it is feasible, they are using the government facilities, but where it is not, then they procure out those venues. In terms of Program 5, they have officials, they have 94 positions with the expenditure of 22.6 million during this quarter. They are spending on operational, on goods and services. Their core drivers was the consultants, the adverts, the training, the travel, and the venues. And their cost drivers was the payment on the advert, on the nomination of the NPO Policy Technical Committee team. They've also had to appoint and pay the service providers appointed for the development of the policy on linking social protection beneficiaries with sustainable livelihoods opportunities. They've also had to pay the consultants appointed for the NPO system enhancement. They've also had to pay for this quarter for the service provider appointed to train 660 officials in food safety and quality assurance. Just like the other two branches, they've also had to hire venues for the consultation sessions with community development supervisors and for the implementation of National Food and Nutrition Security Plan, the validation workshop for study on linking social protection beneficiaries, also the payment for the venue on the National Quality Assurance Framework for Community Development in KZN, Eastern Cape and Limpopo. Lastly, they had to also procure venue for the facility to facilitate the improvement plan in the evaluation project of the community development practitioner. This branch also, they travel a lot in terms of the consultation services. So they are, one of their cost driver as well is the travel, because they do the implementation of the National Food and Nutrition Security Plan. They also facilitate the support for better livelihoods pilot project, and then they also travel. Then the connectivity is still unstable.
Chair, I think the CFO also get cut at some point. If you can help us, please.
Yeah, the CFO twice now after the swapping of the gadgets to prevent exactly what you are highlighting, Honorable Munyai. You would have heard before that I did pick it up, and now I'm sure they are going towards the end of the presentation, and there was where the voice or the voice was slurred, but it then picked up again immediately. I see that you have come to your end, CFO. Am I right?
You are right, Chairperson. I will hand over to the DG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO and Chairperson. We apologize for today's mayhem, but I think we will correct it going forth. Thank you very much, CFO. That is the end of the presentation in terms of our accounting for the performance and the financial expenditure for Q1. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, DG, and thank you to Mr. Buthelezi and the CFO for those presentations. Honorable members, I see that your time has been cut almost by half because we are due to finish our questions and deliberations at 11 o'clock. It was set to start at 10 o'clock. Yes, and end at 11. So may I please have your hands? I have questions here about 12, but I will just give this opportunity to the members instead and ask my questions in writing. Honorable Abrams. I'm taking hand, honorable members. Honorable Abrams, you seem to be the only one that will be asking. Honorable Peters, Honorable Chong, and then that's it. Over to you, Honorable Abrams.
I'm trying to raise my hand, but it doesn't. I don't know what's the problem.
It's okay, Honorable Makato, you will follow Honorable Chong and Honorable Munyai after you. And the Honorable Reverend Babaza. Why do I get a feeling that the members were away from their gadgets? Honorable Abrams, please start.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Chairperson, my hand is also up.
Okay, Honorable Murray, after the Honorable Tobaza.
Ramaila as well, Chair.
Oh, Honorable Ramaila after the Honorable Murray. Over to you, Honorable Abrams.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the department for the presentation. Chairperson, my questions are as follows. Chair, as you know, my constituency base is in the Western Cape, so I go the extra mile to make sure that there is proper services, being rendered in the province. So when I read the comment on slide 7, that the accreditation of the diversion system was not monitored due to the Western Cape DSD not giving access to national DSD. Of course, I go and ask questions on that, and I think it must be clarified, and I'm sure the department will go back to clarify with the social crime prevention, director and directorate on what transpired there. Because my understanding is that, the ADS system, it's a national system. So it's not for a province to give permission if it's a national system that, DSD has access to, but also that it goes further in that there are multiple systems that form part of the ADS, and that the province had an issue with the probation system, the PCM system, and also that there was training done. It was done in March and it was done in July, so it falls out of the quarter, and that there was also some concerns regarding the coordination of dates and available budget from national, because obviously you have a set number of workshops to do within the quarter. And I mean, in program 3 on the presentation, the department lists that, the coordination of dates is a reason that, some of these workshops don't take place. So I do think language is important in these presentations, but also, just for the department to maybe go back and just double check that. Then also on slide 23, 24, and then once again, 29, that speaks to capacitation of the Children's Act, teenage pregnancy, making children and communities aware of sexual abuse. I just would like some confirmation if those presentations or capacity building workshops, does that include aspects and informing the community on what constitutes statutory rape, and therefore the obligations that follow in terms of the Children's Act and, of course, the Criminal Law Amendment Act, that those cases must be reported. And in, your on slide 29, when you do engage with communities, do people and these children, do they know what statutory rape is? If that's been if that's been your finding that they actually don't know, and therefore we need, more of these awareness campaigns. Then on slide 38, noting the country's severe crisis of, hunger and malnutrition in our country, which was once again highlighted by the South African Human Rights Commission. How does the committee access your quarterly reports on the National Food and Security Plan so that we can do, more oversight on this important plan that and the role that the department is having? And then the question I have on, the policy on linking social grant beneficiaries to sustainable livelihood. Is this not maybe a duplication of what is going to be done or is being done in the basic income support policy? Because that policy is also meant to link social grant beneficiaries to economic opportunities. So are we not, is it not a duplication, or is the one going to feed into the other? And then, Chairperson, when we move to, Program 1 and we look at the fact that DSD seems to be overspending in Program 1 compared to previous years, and I think the CFO also, raised the fact, I cast my mind back to our committee meeting last week, our in-person committee meeting, and then of course subsequent committee meetings where the department has a very large, and including the ministry, has a very large delegation that comes down to Cape Town. And in most of our meetings, it's more or less the same officials who provide feedback in our meetings, where others just, sit in the room. And I would like to, if the CFO can speak to it now, but then maybe also provide it in writing, to submit an expenditure breakdown, of the department and the entities' travel for our committee meetings. The number of officials who's staying in accommodation and all those details, just so that, I'm interested to see how much of this expense and the overspending is actually from, officials coming to our meetings. And in that case, maybe looking at cutting down on the number of officials who attend, especially, by now you can preempt what the members are going to be asking. You know us quite well. And there are definitely officials who, like I say, come, but never ever give any input in our meetings. So just to have a look at that. And then also, Chairperson, I will continue to express my concern over the cost of compensation for employees, and that this line graph just, keeps going up and keeps going up. And it's interesting because I compared it to obviously previous quarter reports. And the one thing with projecting the cost is that the department can project the top costs. So, the actual expenditure will always, in most cases, be under that projected cost. And therefore, it will always appear that we are not, overspending on this. But it doesn't change the fact that, government, and this is not just applicable to DSD, it's government as a whole and all the other departments as well, that there needs to be a benchmarking exercise when it comes to salaries, because COE is going to cripple the budgets of departments and then, of course, the performance later on. And that is just a concern that I will, continue to raise. And then if the CFO can also in writing, please provide, details regarding the consultations, the consultants. what exactly it is, the research work that they're doing, what is exactly the value of each of the contracts, the company details, and then of course, which of these consultants are actually will actually do pro bono work, or are our stakeholder partners like our academia and so forth, and which of them are actually, private businesses and corporations. Then, Chairperson, I have one more question, and that was to slide 16. And maybe it's a question that may need to be answered in the future, but if it can be answered now, that'd be great. In light of your social transfers to SASSA, and in light of the verification process that is currently underway, and the savings that we are seeing in that, because obviously we are now picking up that there are a number of people or people are ineligible or grants that are fraudulent, and therefore your SASSA is putting a stop to those grants. Would it not then be, or the question is then, is the department still transferring the full amount to SASSA? And should the department then not withhold the savings from the verification process and keep that back? Or is SASSA, or is the department still transferring the full amount to SASSA, irrespective of the savings from the verification process on the other side? Thank you, Chairperson. I'll leave it at that, but I'll also send more things in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Abrams. I just want to recognize the presence now of the Honorable Deputy Minister. You are welcome, Deputy Minister. We did welcome you, even though we knew that you were in the cabinet meeting. So you are welcome, sir. I just would like to go now. You're finding us where we are now taking questions from the members of the committee, with the next honorable member being the Honorable Peters. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chair. And firstly, I'd like to thank the department, obviously, for the comprehensive presentation. MP Abrams covered a few of my questions, so I'll just do the one where, with the continuous overexpenditure on travel, what and how is the measures that the department will implement to mitigate the overexpenditure on travel? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Peters, for that one question. And now it's the Honorable Tlong.
Thank you, Chairperson. We welcome and note the briefing by the department, and I have 3 specific questions under Program 1, Chairperson. What are the next integration milestones beyond DHA, PIVA under NISPIS Phase 2, and what measurable service outcomes are expected? Example, reduced inclusion, errors, faster verification. Which services are prioritized for digitalization following the feasibility assessment with indicative timelines projected? User each, sorry, Chairperson, let me rephrase the question. Which services are prioritized for digitalization following the feasibility assessment with indicative timelines, projected user reach, and quantified cost to serve savings or access gains? What are the top risks to securing an unqualified audit opinion, and what action will reduce irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure in a year? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tlong, for those questions. May I just ask that when the department responds to these questions that Honorable Tlong has just asked,
against those that he is accusing at all, that he would have referred.
Sorry, who is that? There's another meeting.
given
There's a meeting that's taking place. Can that please stop?
Then, lastly, before the conclusions, Chair.
Is the department?
No, it had DG. There's a meeting that's going on. Okay, thank you. I was just saying after the Honorable Tong that when the department responds to her questions, can they please say the abbreviations in full? There were many of them, and I lost track of the actual questions themselves. So I was stuck in the abbreviations. Honorable Mkhato, it's your turn, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the Deputy Minister, the DG, all honorable members. I just want to say greetings this morning, and I want to thank for the report. In the government, I just want to appreciate the 82% achievement of the set targets for quarter one of 2025-2026 financial year. So we are happy because it seems this one is an achievement. And then I just want to say, please go on achieving on the percentages. And then there are some programs, 5 programs, where they are showing the percentage, the programs and their percentage programs. So when I see not all programs are 100, there is another one of 50 is 58%. So I just want to check with the government, how are they going to settle the matter? They get it's 300, 100, then another one is 58. So I just want to check that one for how are they going to settle the matter of the 58 of the programs. And then the issue of the Western Cape, they said it will be done, and the report is it is planned. For on that one, I'm happy. So if they can take the matter so that it can be planned, and then I will be very much happy on it. And then I want to go to the youth development. They said 3 provinces was not achieved. However, 1 province was monitored. So I think this is also a challenge. So I just want to check with the department, with the way forward, how are they going to overcome this challenge? And then the children legislation and families. They say that capabilities of many districts are they try by all means to capacitate many districts. So on this one, I think I'm also happy on the matter. So I've got only one question. What precisely was specified in the NPO registration TID formula? When will it be corrected? And will Q1 status be rested to reflect the actual performance? I think the question is only that one. Most of the things, I just want to congratulate the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhato, for that congratulatory message and your question. We will now hand over to the Honorable Minyai. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. My system is giving me some problems. Chairperson, thank you very much, and I welcome the presentation by DSD and as well as SASA. The first issue, Chairperson, I think with regard to issues of the APP, financial and non-financial performance, I'll deal with that. But I must say the following comment, Chair, which is arising from our previous commitment that we pulled up. We have agreed that the issues of the universal basic income support should be in the APP. But I think this is a commitment we have made to finalize the universal basic income support or universal basic income grant policy within the period of 2 years within 7th administration. That is the year 2026. This timeline, Chairperson, I think it signals the sense of urgency but also seriousness. And I think the consultation that the department has indicated in their own timeline have to be finalized and also be taken forward, because this is not something that we can negotiate, but implementation. Let me start with the issues of the SASSA. The presentation mentioned the issues of the CPU, overutilization and infrastructure strain. What are the specific and the measurable performance metrics of the system? For example, during downtime, transaction failure rate. What is the concrete and time-bound plan to resolve these capacity constraints? And the other issues, they raise the issues of the working together with the Department of Home Affairs, which is the ABIS systems.
My sincere apology, please pardon me. You do realize that SASSA has not presented yet, right?
Yeah, I'm aware, but because I think you said you are going to deal with that, I thought I should have that when they present, they should seek to address those challenges that I'm raising. But if you want me to do it after that, it will be beyond the time because it's 10:45. Let me focus on the DSD.
Please, sir. Thanks.
The first issues, it's about I think I raised the issues of the basic income grant, which is related to the program of the DSD. I think that the CFO raised the issues of accrual and financial controls. And I think all I needed to understand is that what more specific activities beyond what the CFO would have raised that would have really not budgeted for, and why not paid in the financial year? And I think that's the other question. The issues of the social grant beneficiary, this is program 2. What are the positive trends that make sure that the fewer people that are trapped in poverty are covered, and the majorities will not have been covered due to the delays of approval and validation by the bank accounts with respect to SRD grant. And Chair, this also brings to the issues of agreement that we have had as a portfolio committee, that we needed to call the Treasury with respect to conditions, because the issues of National Treasury has been highlighted as one of the constraints in our meetings and in the presentation. So therefore, in the first quarter, we think that some of the delay could be as a consequences as the constraint raised by the National Treasury, condition raised by the National Treasury. So therefore, the meeting between the UBIC and the National Treasury and SASSA need to be convened. How was such a critical payment affecting millions of the grant recipient was allowed to be disrupted by system migration, because that has been dealt with? The issues of the NPO funding, Program 4, the delay in transferring the funds to SANAC and the NPO. These also affect the operation. And I know the Chief Director was presenting, also attempted to clarify but I'm saying the implication for the delayed for the period of 3 months. Chairperson, I want to deal with these issues of the Western Cape not giving access to the national DSD. I think it's very imperative that the Western Cape government must realize that we're a unitary government. They cannot, therefore, refuse the national DSD to grant them access to integrated social crime prevention system, regardless whether that system is national or not national. And I think what is going to be done at a deputy presidential level, because it's the leader of government, I think this must be escalated to that level to resolve this intergovernmental relation impasse. And I must say, Chairperson, the issue of underspending on service delivery and overspending on the internal administration, these issues is affecting the core public service delivery. So I think there's a strong need to improve in that regard. I must say, Chairperson, the issues of linking the social grant beneficiaries with economic opportunities, that must be continuously be done by the department until the department really continue to introduce the basic income support policy. They should not stop in that regard. Lastly, Chairperson, we must welcome the 80% performance and the unqualified outcome that has been presented. We think we must strengthen internal control and also ensure that audit action plan seeks to be pursued on real-time basis, not to wait for the reporting period or accountability period. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Munyai, for that. Now I'll hand over to the Honorable Reverend Kobaza.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Greetings to honorable members, the greeting to the Deputy Minister, DG, and everyone that is in this meeting. Thank you so much. Honorable Chair, maybe if we're looking at program 3 on our side, there is something that is written. It says outcomes. When you start with the program, when you start with program 3, and it also says reduce poverty, inequality, vulnerability, social ills. Now, what I would like, maybe my question, and maybe if I can be answered in that, is that when we came in to the quarter, what was the level of poverty? Because it says here reduce level of poverty. What was the level of poverty then, and what is the level of poverty now? Because we are reducing it. If it's an increase, because to me and to the organization, Umkhonto weSizwe, it will be about practical things that are happening on the ground. When we are saying we are reducing poverty, it must be seen and it must be understandable that how much we have reduced it by, and it mustn't be just an issue of an issue of a presentation and an issue of money, that we have spent so much money, but yet we don't see that the reduction of poverty in South Africa. People are in poverty, people are living in poverty, and we cannot be saying that we have spent so much money in reducing poverty, yet people don't see it. I would like to see that if ever they can assist me with that stat, to say when we came in before the quarter, there was so much poverty, and now we've reduced it by this this much. If it can be percentage, if it can be numbers, it's okay. I'll accept that. When you are saying inequalities, for me again, you must justify that to say when you are saying level of inequalities, how are you reducing it? As Umkondo says, we want to see these things because we are on the ground, we are with the people each and every day. We want to understand when we are saying we are reducing inequalities, how are you doing that? Because there's money that we have spent in program 3, and in that program, if you have done that, and now we want to know so that we can tell the people no that no, we are working. There's level of inequalities, we have reduced them so much. Vulnerability, social ills also. Looking at program 4, Chair, again, you are looking at the outcomes, empowered, resilient individual families, and sustainable living, sustainable communities. Again, I would like to see the stat on this when I'm being answered in terms of what exactly on the ground we found at the beginning of the quarter, and now what is it that we have done, and how much we have done, how much we have reduced or increased by, if it's empowerment. I can see there we've said that we've done those capacity building, about 20 program that we have done, but I'm talking about individuals. It says individuals here. How many tangible? Because we are catering for 66 million people when we are looking in the country. SASSA is catering for the 18 million, but we are looking at the whole scope, the marginalized, of which are mostly Black people in the country. We are looking at that and say, how are we linking them, linking those beneficiaries with economic opportunities? But right now, it does not seem that we are doing that exactly. If we are doing that, I need stats, I need numbers that I can align it with and where it's happening, so that we can go and see what is happening by the as we are performing our oversight. The next question will be on NPOs. We are saying we've registered about more than 600 NPOs that are qualifying. I would like to know, because when we are registering an NPO, you have sections that says what are you going to do, or what you will be doing with an NPO. I'd like to see how many, because even the churches, they come and they register NPOs. How many churches in that NPO and what they are going to do? We have a challenge with the NPOs that are registered by the churches. Churches, they register the church, and they also go on to do soup kitchens, to do a number of things that addresses social ills that are there in the particular community. But when they apply for grants in that particular NPO, they said no, we don't fund churches. Even the business people, they do say that, especially big companies, they know we don't fund churches, we only fund if the church is doing that with an NPO. What is the advice? Do we advise that the church must have a church NPO and then also register a foundation for the church that will be doing all these social ills that we are doing in the communities? I think also that maybe if I can be answered on that. Program 5 also says the outcomes reduce the level of poverty. I also need stats on that. We must not just say these things and spend money, and at the end of the day, we are not able to account in terms of the performance itself on what is happening on the ground. If we have done so, if we have reduced the level of poverty, I would like to know those the numbers that we came before and the numbers that are there now on how much we have reduced it by. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Reverend Kobaza. Just before I go on to the Honorable Mare, I want the department to say if any of the questions that honorable members have asked can be provided later in writing. I'm hearing a lot of very useful statistics that the Honorable Reverend Kobaza is mentioning. And so if that can be provided now, that would be great, but also if it can be provided in writing as well. Thank you so much. It is over to you, Honorable Mare.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Sorry, Chair, I won't be able to put on my video because I'm driving. Chairperson, I would like to greet each and everyone. Chairperson, my question that I would like to ask this morning is that I need to understand the previous quarter. There was a problem with the traveling, where people have missed their flights and the cars that they were booking, and there was a big expenditure on that thing. So I just want to find out, is that thing persisting, or did they sort that one out? And then the other question I need to understand is that the children awareness that they have been doing, we see even more now, children from 10 to 12 years old getting babies. And what is the department doing about that one? Because it's a huge concern, because our children are getting babies and they are still themselves babies. If we're having a program, how is it assisting the communities where we're having these problems? And then the other question I would like to know, Chairperson, is that we talk about the basic income grant. I think this is the one thing that we need to discuss very urgently, because as you can see, the SRD grant is giving a lot of people problems. The verification and then changing of cell phone numbers and all those things. So people are really struggling with the SRD grant. So we need to come up with this basic income grant as soon as possible, because a lot of unemployed people are not getting this basic grant that we are getting at the moment. And then the other question I would like to know, Chairperson, is that the NPOs that's getting funds, I just need to find out from the DG. I have a problem in PE for the Erica House and the sister NPOs, where people are basically abusing funds, where ordinary caregivers are made social workers. What is the department doing to ensure that things are running proper in that NPOs, because they're getting funds from the department, from the government? How do they do oversight at these places? Or are they just giving the money and not going back to go see if things are running smoothly? Are they looking at these people's books to see what is happening, that's going on there? What is really the issue of the NPOs? Because some NPOs that is doing excellent work cannot get funding. And those that are getting funding from the government, some of these people are abusing these funds. So I just need to find out what are the criteria that the department are using to do oversight at these NPOs, especially when it comes to children and old people, and especially disabled people and children. I need to understand that one, Chairperson, because I'm getting a lot of complaints from those NPOs. And I've even written to the DG about the problems, and everyone is saying, yes, the provinces is having their own line of march. But what is in place from national, so that the provinces must implement what national is saying? Yes, they can have their own way of dispersing the money and whatever, but there should at least be guidelines on how these things are going to run, how these things must be implemented. So that is a question that I would like to ask because I'm having a huge concern about that thing, where people can just do as they please as if it's their own houses. Chairperson. So the other questions, I think I will just write it down because I see we're running out of time, Chairperson. But these are the questions that I wanted to ask. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Marais. I'm not sure if I heard you say you were driving. How could you be driving when you are in a meeting? Because these meetings are meetings of Parliament, and it could have been a in-person meeting. If you were saying if you were driving at all, I didn't hear properly. If you were it didn't say that, then I'm sorry. You please accept my
No,
sincere.
Chairperson, I was driving and the signal was not good. I'm doing oversight, Chairperson, and I'm in Kimberley at the moment. So that is why my cameras of the signal was very bad. But I'm in Kimberley already. I'm just doing some oversight because some people are asking me to come and see what's happening there in social development. So I'm here. But I was just driving the time when they were talking. I could not hear the thing so nicely. But I'm fine now, Chairperson.
Okay. All right. I just thought I would exercise that oversight that you must be in a meeting, fully in the meeting, 100% in the meeting. Thank you, Honorable Marais. The Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Chair, to colleagues and the DG and team. I would like to focus more on Program 5. And from the onset, Chair, I must say, as far as Program 5 is concerned, the inverse relationship between the expenditure and performance, for me, it's a bit astonishing. But I'm sure I'll explain that as I proceed. And I know the explanation is also that it got affected by the completion or approval of the MTDP 2024-2029, which affected population policy review timelines and youth development monitoring, which affected it mostly in terms of performance. But why I'm saying, in terms of expenditure, it shows that a lot has been spent on consultants for livelihoods policy and NPO system enhancement, training of 660 officials in food safety and quality assurance, and significant travel and venues for food security and community development work streams. Maybe explaining the higher expenditure for Q1, which I'm saying astonishingly has been accompanied by poor performance, which is a matter of concern. But now with the MDTP 2024-29 now factored in, what is the revised submission date for the population policy progress review, and what strategic shifts were incorporated? What precisely was misspecified in the NPO registration TID formula? When will it be restated, or will it be restated? When will it be corrected, and will Q1 status be restated to reflect actual performance? And for the livelihoods policy, which pathways are being prioritized, and how will beneficiary linkage be operationalized alongside grant support without exclusion errors? That's one thing I want to understand. And how will the DSD portfolio committee be assured in terms of the integration of the DDM framework, aligning this to the one plan and one budget thing with district level compacts and MTEF? In other words, how do we make sure that the work that is being done by the Department of Social Development gets integrated into a DDM framework and the IDPs of the municipality, so that at the local level, councillors must be able to assimilate themselves into the work and be able to assist DSD, especially as far as oversight is concerned. But further, I want to understand what explains the expenditure for the 4.8% in Q1, as I've mentioned, is the programs I've already mentioned that would be a bit questionable if no proper answers we get. Now, as we say in Q1 spend concentration, what I would want to understand is which line items drove this expenditure and how is Q2 to 4 commitments sequenced to avoid late year pressure or violence, as well as avoidance of deviations, as we've heard like last week, where silly mistakes were made and we're told this deviation. How are they going to avoid all these things, given experience of the high expenditure in the first quarter versus the poor performance? I think it might be necessary for us to understand that. Then as far as SASSA is concerned, we appreciate the progress that is being done in terms of ongoing system fine-tuning, infrastructure scaling, and staff upscaling, which will ensure a resilient rollout. Now, in as far as change management is concerned, what is the ongoing plan to ensure continued staff professional development and mastery of the biometric system? And lastly, are there intentional programs to collect and act on frontline staff feedback on operational issues with the new verification system? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila, and the rest of the members that have raised their questions and their comments. I know that we are running desperately out of time, but we did have the glitches that we had earlier when the presentation was happening. So I will hand over to the department to respond to the questions. And as I said earlier, some of the questions may not have adequate answers now, just because of the nature of the questions themselves. But if the department has got all things handy, as they are in the office at the moment, they can respond to them. But I'm giving them the leeway to say they will send them in writing because of the nature of the questions. But please go ahead and answer. Over to you, DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and members that have requested questions. I think I agree with you. Some of the matters that have been requested, they need us to provide in writing. But there are those issues that we needed to provide some answer here. We won't take long. I will request the executive members here to answer the questions that are related to them. Let me start with the DDG Mahamo on the questions that were related to. Some of this we will be able to send, and some will come back to. Some of the things are just a contextual overview of what does it mean when we put an outcome versus output. and versus the report on the outcome, what it means. I'll come back just to cement. Over to you, Mahangu.
Thank you, DG. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members. There was a question around sexual awareness campaign. Let me start by indicating that we have a CPR system that indicates to us the areas that are hotspots for dealing with issues of sexual awareness in communities. So based on that stats that we are receiving, we therefore target those hotspot areas. So hence we started with those 3 provinces. So in those, awareness campaigns, we target both children as well as parents, because we do understand that they both have a role to play, and also addressing the issues of statutory rape, who must report, why it's important for the community at large to report. It's not only, certain people, for instance, teachers, police, and so on, but everyone has a responsibility. That's what we are emphasizing on. And ever since we started this drive, we have seen an increase in terms of the reporting incidents, as well as people coming up for interventions with it. Then the second issue was around issues of teenage pregnancy. The issue of teenage pregnancy, we are looking at it as a multi-sectoral, intervention. Not only the Department of Social Development will be able to really eradicate this matter. As a result of that, there was a multi-sectoral team that was established to look at this. Basic education is on board. Department of Health is there, as well as Arts and Culture and us, to look at the matter holistically and be able to intervene as a collective rather than one single department to deal with this matter. So there are those initiatives, and we're hoping that by the end of the financial year, we'll be able to see the result. It will yield some results. In terms of the system, there was a question around the system in the Western Cape. Let me indicate that the approval or for us to conduct the training as well as monitoring the system, because we are doing it, simultaneously. It was granted in April. After the approval was granted, we then began to negotiate with the province in terms of the date. We do not give them the dates. They're the one that must indicate to us within a quarter which date they are available. A date was received from the province. While we are preparing for that, I think few days before, we then receive an email that was no longer honoring that date. Hence, we are sitting with a non-achievement in this area. The other two systems, the PCM and the SAICA, were done, but the 8 years is the one that was declined at the last minute. Hence, we did not achieve this target fully. So, however, the DG has planned to engage them at our upcoming meeting to resolve all this, because this is not the only problem where we are having challenges with regards to the cooperation of Western Cape. There are other programs as well where we are struggling. So it is an item that is on the agenda to deal with this matter. The last one is regarding the transfer of SANAC. Yes, it's true. There were delays to transfer the first tranche, which was eventually done in July. However, the delays were as a result of compliance issues. There were administrative compliance issues that were still outstanding, and we couldn't, release the first tranche. But now it has been sorted, and all the things we have complied. I think so far that's all I can be able to respond to, DG. Thank you, DG.
Thank you very much. The acting DDG, Mpumi Gcitama.
Thank you, DG. Let me greet the members, the DM, the chairperson, and colleagues. The questions that were asked relating to non-profit organizations, non-achievement. So the issue was the crafting of the technical indicator descriptors. So the measurement of performance was looking at how many applications were received within the reporting period and how many were registered So this is how it was initially captured in the report. However, after the AG had looked into that, they corrected us to say, actually what we are saying is we are looking at the total population, and out of the total population, we are looking at the registered. But if you're looking at how it is done, we have to, from the total population, it is not by default that everybody will be registered. The compliance is looked into, so there is a process to check and determine whether the submitted applications do comply with Section 12 of the NPO Act. Then from that total population, then you come to the qualifying applications which would have met Section 12 of the NPO Act. Out of those that are qualifying, then they must be registered. When it is registered, it means that they would be issued an NPO number and issued a certificate of registration. So the legislation also says that any qualifying application must be registered within 2 months. That is in the NPO Act. Therefore, what we are measuring is out of the total 100% population, how many did qualify, and out of those that have qualified, how many are registered. Therefore, the TIDs that we had crafted did not articulate that explicitly. But we have since corrected that. We have changed that. So for Q2, we will report on whatever has been that has qualified, and out of the qualifying, how many have been registered as per the legislation. So, and the other thing that we have, what we have done is, since the application demand is always high, and it is linked to the request for funding from various funders, therefore, we did an investment in enhancing the system, because currently our system is intertwined with manual processing. So what we are doing, which would be part of the expenditure that the CFO alluded to, we are actually digitalizing the registration process to reduce the processing time, but also to ensure that we reduce human interaction in the processing of the applications. What it means is that the NPOs should be able to apply for registration, and they will be able to get the information in an instant with limited human interaction. So that is the investment that is there. The other question was relating to the churches by Honorable Gwabaza. How many churches are registered? As of the 2nd of August 2025, registered churches were about 34,017. So as I have said, that the process of registering, we look into the objective. What are you established for in terms of the legislation? All these 34,000 churches, their objectives state that they are churches in terms of providing the spiritual thing as a church. However, we do have churches that would also apply for charities. That would be your soup kitchen. What we advise is that don't put together the churches that is established for spirituality and mix it with the charity giving, because charity depends on public giving, and that money needs to be accounted for. Therefore, it is prudent for those two activities not to be put together. In terms of the stats of the linking, yes, there are stats that we have actually done in terms of linking the beneficiaries with economic activities. And the other question was in terms of the youth. We did miss two targets, 2 provinces. However, the catch-up was done in Q2. For Q2, we have targeted 5 provinces which would be 3 plus 2 that we had missed in quarter 1. So a catch-up has been done. The colleagues are out there ensuring that we catch up, but also we meet the target for quarter 2. On the issue of the policy on linking, how similar is it to BIS? I think I'll speak mainly on what linking is providing for. It is focusing on 4 pillars mainly. The 4 pillars that are looking at ensuring that there's basic need provided for as in the social security. There's also promotion of livelihood. Once people have been settled with basic needs being fulfilled, how do we ensure that we connect them with economic, productive income livelihood? But there is a mentoring process that happens parallel to what is being provided to the beneficiaries. But also the mentoring goes with psychosocial support, which would provide for their behavior change, and finally in terms of how to save and all of that. So the linking project is more intensive in terms of what outcomes is needed from those that would have been targeted to benefit from the economic opportunities that they will be provided for. I think that's about that, DG. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then let me ask the CFO on the issues. Not all the issues as the chairperson have directed. The others, most of yours is about you will have to provide a written response. Those few that you can do. Thank you very much. Over to you, CFO.
Thank you, DG. Yes, I agree. The other ones will be provided in writing, but the one on the overspending of the travel, the measures that we are putting in place as a department, we are looking at cutting number of our delegations that goes to outreach programs. Yes, we know some of them will affect the service delivery, but we'll just make sure that it doesn't. And also looking at the hybrid model of having meetings, thus reducing the travel. And also looking at the shared travel arrangements, like we've already started with it. When we go to Cape Town for these meetings, when we hire or we rent out vehicles, we usually then share with the other managers. It's not like each person has got their own vehicle. We've already introduced the use of venues owned by other government departments. Then we're also looking at the officials that are traveling in terms of the other work. In terms of, for instance, we're also looking at the capacity buildings in the provinces to look at whether is the possibility that we can cut the numbers. If, for instance, a program was meant to be 5 days, it can then be cut into 3 days and so on, just to make sure that we cut cost on that. On the issues of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the department, there is a lot that we are looking at in terms of this item, especially because it relates to no-shows and to hotels and places like that, and the damages to hired vehicles. We are currently dealing with these cases through our loss control committees, and those that are found wanting, for instance, if, for instance, an official was meant to travel and they did not report and they do not have proper evidence as to the reasons why they did not. For instance, if a person were to say they are sick, they will then need to provide the doctor's note and also provide evidence that they did report this to their managers, so that maybe the manager can then still be able to send somebody else or in their position. So these ones, those that are found wanting, we then recover from the officials, hoping that this is gonna go down when officials start seeing that the department is making sure that there's consequence management. In as far as the accruals are concerned, those that were not paid by 31st of March, it's because the invoices had not been received when the year ended 31st of March. I'll stop there, DG. The rest will then be provided in writing.
Thank you very much. Last comments, response will be from DDG Comprehensive Social Security, Brenda Subeko. How about you?
Thanks very much, DG, and greetings to DM, to Chairperson, and to members of the Portfolio Committee, along with my colleagues in the room here. The question that was posed by Member Abrahams around whether the BIS policy and the linking policy are duplicating each other. I think the DDG has already spoken to what the linking policy is. So in short, some of the work that is being done there will augment or strengthen the BIS policy, but they're not identical. So the BIS policy will draw from some of the work that is being done in terms of the linking policy, the linking work. And then the other comments around BIS were primarily comments which we agree with around the importance of finishing the work from Member Munyai and Member Mare. Yes, we're doing everything we can to make sure that we meet the deadlines and ensure that the policy can be finalized in terms of the current financial year. Obviously, from our side, we will finalize and submit to Cabinet, but the approval still is in the domain of Cabinet whether or not the policy will be approved. But yes, from DSD side, we're doing everything we can to actually finish the work and get it and take it through the necessary approval processes. On the question that was asked by Reverend, I think it's important to indicate that the DSD relies on statistics, population statistics and so on are done by Stats SA. And we rely on that information in order to, on a yearly basis, make the motivations for how much money should be allocated to social grants based on, at that time, what is projected in terms of population growth, population mortality, morbidity, and so on. But when we talk in terms of the program 3 and say we are reducing poverty, vulnerability, and social ills, it's informed by the fact that we don't say how much poverty was there at a particular point in time. Those statistics are not collected in that way in the country, unfortunately. There's work that is done instead by Stats SA that looks at, on an annual basis, what is, for example, the food poverty line, the upper bound poverty line, the lower bound poverty line. So when we say the outcome of the work we are doing is to reduce poverty, for example, we look at the number of people who are receiving social grants, which are above the food poverty line. And we can say people who are receiving the older age grant, the disability grant, the war veterans grant, and the foster child grant, all of those people are lifted out of poverty, or their poverty is reduced to the extent that they are getting income from government, which is which is higher than the food poverty line. However, when it comes to children, we know that the children are getting a grant that is lower than the food poverty line on 796. But we would say that to the extent that if there were no social grants, if Program 3 did not write the policy and make the motivation for what the value should be and the extent to which it must be increased, those children would not get any grant, and therefore the parents would not have that extra 580 that supports them to be able to reduce poverty. So to the extent that grants are being given to children, all of those children are being lifted out of poverty through the program it's actually Program 2, but Program 3 writes the policy to support it. And then on social ills, there's work that has been done around what is the relationship between poverty and social ills. We know that in countries where there's high poverty and high inequality, in those countries, there's higher social ills. And South Africa is evidence of that. So if we just visualize a situation where all the grants would be taken away, what would happen? So that's the way that we evaluate the outcome. Similarly, with inequality, the work that we have done on the SRD grant at its inception showed that we were able to reduce income inequality in the country to the extent that all of the beneficiaries of the SRD grant were people who were having no income whatsoever. So when you talk about how much income does any particular group of people have, we had very high inequality. I think the Gini coefficient at the time was calculated as 0.66. And then when the grant was introduced, the SRG grant, it was able to then reduce that income inequality. We don't do these calculations every time because there's quite a lot of complex work that gets done in order to come to what is the Gini coefficient, and issues of on a month-to-month or quarterly basis, calculating the extent to which we are reducing poverty requires quite a lot of research, and it doesn't get done frequently. But we can say at the beginning of the financial year, this is the number of people who are being assisted with social grants, and on a monthly basis, as the money goes to SASSA, those are the people that are being lifted out of poverty. So we can talk to the numbers, absolute numbers, but not so much proportions and percentages. I mean, yeah, I think that's the generic answer I can give to the issues around statistics. We don't have exact stats, but we can give, these are the number of grant beneficiaries, and those are all of them being lifted out of poverty. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think as guided, I think we will end here and allow so that we can proceed with the meeting. The last issue is that in areas where targets are not achieved, there's remedial action in terms of that need to be achieved, and there is also an approach that we do to cover up on those targets that are not achieved. And as a department, we also monitor provinces. That's why we will be able to tell you in such a province, this is not happening, and this is not happening, this is happening. We develop policies and we develop guidelines or framework so that when services are done, it is done based on the guidelines that we have developed to ensure that we stick to the norms and standard. Some of the services that we render, we have got norms and standards for those services, and mostly in the welfare area, that we need to do 1, 2, 3 based on the norms and standard, and it must be done by professional people. And we gather information as part of the monitoring. And we hope that, I think, where we have got data, we'll be able to share with the portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members, and the DM. Back to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, DG, and thank you for those responses to the questions raised by the honorable member. I just want to now, without wasting any further time, go over to the biometric verification process report or progress report by SASSA. Over to you. I haven't seen the CEO here, but whichever leader is coming out of SASSA, please go ahead and give us the progress report. Thank you.
We have got Branton van Vierde, who's going to, even the CEO is there online. Over to you, CEO.
Okay. Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Portfolio Committee, honorable members, and the Deputy Minister. Indeed, Chair, and we appreciate the invitation to this meeting to engage on the process that we've committed to this August House that we're gonna implement the biometric with effect from September. We have started. I will ask the EM to take us through the operational work that we've done so far and where are we in terms of challenges as well. We come in before you just to give you an update and say the implementation is fresh. We have two weeks that we have started with few tedious issues that we are currently trying to address. But the noble cause indeed is for us to make sure that indeed only eligible beneficiaries are in the system. We do continue to do the oversight as well, just to check what level of intervention can we make in areas that we are actually not doing so well. But we're happy to say, Chair, we have started the implementation, and with your guidance as well as we conduct the oversight, we seek your counsel where we think we have to improve the system. I will then hand over to the EM to take us through the details of the presentation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, members of the committee, Deputy Minister, TGCO's colleagues. If someone can flag the presentation.
Honorable members, we're just waiting, I believe, for the presentation to be flighted. Thanks.
Apologies about that, honorable members. I think it's going to be easy if I just flight it from my side. Let me just put it into full screen. So in terms of the content for today's presentation, we're just going to look at the purpose, the overview of the biometric verification process. It's full screen on my side, teaching. I've
It's
noted
not full screen on our side.
It's not going full screen on the. Let me just take it out on my side and make it again.
Okay.
For some reason, it's not going full screen on the
Please
main
go ahead.
present.
We
Can I
can,
go ahead?
I'm sure the members can see. I can see very clearly. Go ahead, Mr. Van Vrede. Honorable Van Vrede.
Okay. Chairperson, but I'm also noting that it's not changing the slides. Let me unshare and share again. Maybe that's. It seems like we having a lot of challenges this morning.
Yeah, sure.
Is it moving now? As soon as I go into slide mode, then it gets stuck. Oh, there we go. All right, so just in terms of the table of contents, we'll be looking at the overview of the biometric verification process, the flow summary, cases where and exceptions. We'll look at the current status and the challenges that we've experienced since the 1st of November, 1st of September, when we rolled out the biometrics. I'm going to skip the purpose slide. I think we all know why we're here. So just in terms of why biometrics are important, I think most of the members are familiar with recent increases in identity theft, not just necessarily in SASSA, but across the country. Many banks also reporting that there's been quite an upsurge in identity fraud across the country, and the South African Fraud Prevention Service has also reported just between the year April 22 to April 23, there was 356% increase in identity fraud. And SASSA is not immune to this. I think it was recently demonstrated as well by the Stellenbosch students, where the SRD grant in particularly was also subjected to quite a lot of identity fraud. So biometric systems, which looks at various features such as facial features or fingerprints, which are unique to an individual, are then used to verify the individual to make sure that the person that presents in front of you or that presents on an online system is actually the person that they say they are. And this is not just for SASSA to reduce fraud, but also it's a safeguard for SASSA's clients, because when fraud is committed against someone, it's not just fraud that's being committed against the agency, but someone is also committing fraud against that particular individual. And so we do want to also provide comfort to all our clients that, when they do engage with SASSA, it is based on secure platforms. SASSA's experience with biometrics. We have been using biometrics for our staff for a while, and pretty much all our transactions that gets conducted on our SOCPEN system as well as our SRD system by staff members are all verified biometrically, that the staff member conducting that transaction is the staff member that's allowed to conduct that transaction and ties transactions then directly to those individuals for accountability purposes. So it's not necessarily new to SASSA, but obviously the implementing of biometrics for applications is a new process which we have been piloting, and then we have now decided to go on a full-scale rollout as of 1 September 2025. In terms of the process, when a client arrives at the SASSA office for an application or review or any transaction, whether it's updating their circumstances or just inquiries, we will enroll clients then on the biometric system. Biometrics are captured using our biometric scanners. We take 4 fingers, the 2 index fingers and the thumbs, and the data is then stored securely in a SASSA database and matched against the Home Affairs database, which is your ABIS system, which I think Honorable Munyai was about to ask a question about, but we didn't quite get the full question. The key to this is that we also store data on our own system so that future engagements with the client will be more seamless, because we won't need to then check with Home Affairs every time the client comes in. For a second or third visit, we'll be able to check against our own databases, but the first check against Home Affairs is important so that we can link the ID number and the biometrics with Home Affairs, who's got the primary mandate for granting identity in the country. However, if the Home Affairs system is not available, if for any reason Home Affairs system is down, we do still allow the biometric enrollment process to continue, and that the onboarding onto our biometric system will continue, and the application process can then also continue without the necessary Home Affairs check, and we then run the Home Affairs checks later on in the day when the biometrics do come up. And key for us is to make sure we do run those biometric checks before the grant gets finally approved and put into payment. Some special cases and exceptions. For children, because fingerprints are not well developed in children up to the age of 3, we're only going to be at this stage enrolling fingerprint biometrics for children over the age of 3. Refugees and asylum seekers don't always have harness records, so Home Affairs might not have their fingerprints. However, we'll still be capturing the fingerprints for these individuals and storing it on our own system so that we can make sure that that applicants aren't necessarily double dipping or applying multiple times around this. And then we do also have override functions on the system for where fingerprints are not readable. In some rare instances, people do have fingerprints that have faded over time, especially the more elderly clients. And there's also clients that might not have fingers or hands, but also noting we've rolled out facial biometrics, so to some extent this also curbs the dependency on only just fingerprints. In terms of status, we have, before the 1st of September, ensured that all our offices are migrated to the biometric system, so the systems are installed in all the offices. and all officers can now process biometrics. Training has also been done for all staff that will be using the systems in those offices. We have, because what we've also done is we've locked the system so that if a staff member is enrolled on the biometric system, they will only be able to process and verify applications using the biometric system, and they won't be able to go back and process applications outside of the biometric systems. This is just to prevent staff from going back to doing things the old way. However, we do apply the 80-20 principle, not 100% or perfectly in terms of the 80-20, but we do allow staff, local officers, to keep 1 or 2 staff members on the old system, because we note that there are a few applications that may have come through in August that may not have captured biometrics, and those staff would still have to then process those applications. So to prevent those applications being stuck in the system, we do still have staff that can still process those applications. And once all applications that were captured prior to the biometric system being rolled out is finalized, we'll then migrate all the remainder of the staff to the biometric system. In terms of the COVID SRD grant, here we've also implemented, this is mainly the facial biometrics for all new applicants from June 2025, as well as for all referred records. Those are records where we've suspected fraud. So those clients also need to go through the facial biometric processes, and any change in mobile numbers, etc. Those clients will also need to go through the biometric processes. The only item still outstanding there, which we will implement by next week, is when clients want to change other circumstances. At the moment, they still have to do this through the call center, but they will be able to do this online with a biometric check as well as of next week. So in terms of observations, in the first 2 weeks, we have enrolled over 42,000 biometrics have been enrolled and verified on the systems. However, we have had some challenges, and I'm going to go to the next slide, which outlines that a bit more. So in terms of infrastructure, we noted that our resource usage is extremely high during peak times, and this sometimes leads to performance degradation, which basically means the systems are slowing down during those times. Our ICT team has been monitoring this daily, and has also been quite proactive to work to get to quick responses, to fine-tune the systems, to allocate additional resources, etc., to improve performance. And this is something they do continuously to ensure that the demand is met from an ICT resource perspective. We've also noted that some of our staff members, while they are familiar with using biometrics for themselves, there are some errors that have crept in among staff members. However, every local office has been empowered with super users who provide on-the-job training or assistance when a particular staff member gets stuck in terms of the process, to enable them to then to resolve that, and also resolve any challenges that may occur during the process flow. And we are seeing our users are gaining more knowledge and confidence in using the system. And then the other big challenge that we see is the links to Home Affairs. So if Home Affairs is down, that then does mean we have to switch over to that workaround that I've mentioned earlier on, where we can still process applications without the Home Affairs check. So we do also have continuous collaboration with the Department of Home Affairs, so that we can proactively determine when the systems are down, how long the systems will be down, so that we can then also inform our local officers on the alternative processes that needs to be followed when such happens. Honorable Chair, I think that's the end of my presentation, with the recommendations that the committee notes the progress in implementing mandatory biometric verification as of 1 September, and the steps we have taken to strengthen the security measures, and some of the risk mitigation steps that we've put in place to maintain the workflow environment. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Van Vrede. Thank you, DG. Can I go to the honorable members? Is there
Yes,
any?
please.
Okay, awesome. Honorable members, this is the presentation that comes out of SASSA on biometrics. Before I hand over, what have I done? Oh my gosh. Sorry. Before I go over to the honorable members, I just would like to find out one thing. In March, I believe, the honorable minister was with us. I believe it had to do with the AGSA findings and stuff. And I asked a question about the role of the internal audit in all these things. Mr. Van Vrede did say that there were glitches and so on and so forth. And I want to link, if possible, the role of the internal audit in terms of ensuring that the systems are tested before they go live and so on and so forth, but also generally, what is the role of the internal audit and how can the role of the internal audit prevent us to find ourselves in situations where things have gone so wrong that we are found wanting, because I also want to link that to what then becomes the value add in the processes of, in this case, the South African Social Security Agency. That is just my general question. I would like to know, and I'm because I asked it then in March, and I'm hearing here that it looks like things are going well, although in any situation, especially technology, where technology is concerned, there will be glitches, unforeseen, unprepared for, and so on and so forth. But I just want to know, what would the role of the internal audit be? Thank you so much, Mr. Van Vrede. That will be the Honorable Abrams, the Honorable Monyai,
Makgato.
and the Honorable Makgato. You don't have a hand to lift to raise, Ms. Makgato. I'm so sorry.
I don't know what the problem.
I'm gonna speak to ICT and ask them why on earth would they give you a gadget that doesn't have that. And then that will be the only 3 members. Over to you, Honorable Abrams.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to SASSA for the presentation. My first question, Chairperson, I just would like an indication from SASSA. When are they expected to give the next report, to National Treasury, so that we know when we are to expect our next report on the verification process? Because, my last stats on the verification process is that they're done about 53,000 verifications and found 5,000 fraudulent activity. And, that is a 6% fraud rate. And if you apply that 6%, to all grants, it's billions and billions that can be saved per year. So just an indication when their next report will be to Treasury, so that we know when we can expect our next report on that. Then on the biometrics, Chairperson, I just need some understanding when it comes to the infrastructure, the ICT infrastructure. And also and in the presentation, there seems to be a lot of reliance on the Department of Home Affairs systems. So the one question would be, do you have regular engagements with Home Affairs to address these challenges? And then also, since the rollout of this program, or I'd even say, which was the 1st of September, but I'd even say as far back as the 1st of July, how many times has the Department of Home Affairs been offline that it's affected the work that SASSA needs to do? And the reason I asked this question is because I've been following Home Affairs and the press statements and so forth, and they indicated they did a massive system online verification system upgrade on the 1st of July. So then the question also, is SASSA on this new system of Home Affairs? Because their previous system, had 50% verification fail rate, but the new system, I believe it's below 1%, and that it's done in less than 1 second. And we saw a lot of the banks now moving and using the new system to do the bank verifications, when you open up bank accounts. And obviously they charge in the banks, but for a government entity like SASSA, it would be a free service, for SASSA to do verifications via Home Affairs. And so, and it also speaks to the issue of asylum seekers and refugees. And they are also working that, every asylum seeker and refugee that comes into the country, they will also have their biometrics done, and therefore making it easier for SASSA to link with DH Home Affairs to also, get the identity, the verifications, a lot easier for that cohort of people. So then the other question is, they've also moving along very smoothly in terms of their national population register and, into the space of, having a digital ID, which would then be able to verify a SASSA beneficiary almost instantly. So is what SASSA is doing now, and maybe the answers need to come from your acting CIO or your CFO, is what SASSA doing now, is it not duplicating a system that is already functioning and has been improved by the Department of Home Affairs? And why can't SASSA lean more into the Home Affairs systems to do the verifications? So that is in the multiple questions when it comes to the biometrics. And also if the CFO can maybe give an indication of how much is this entire biometric process costing SASSA. He can just give us the, ballpark figure, and then maybe in writing he can break it down a bit further in terms of the various different costs that went with each office rollout and so forth. And then, of course, who is the company, the service provider that is rendering the infrastructure services that, SASSA is using for the biometric rollout. And then let me just see. And then maybe CEO and DG. If the conversations then haven't yet, taken place with Home Affairs to lean more into the new, updated, quicker, more efficient system of verification, is it possible that the two DGs and, the relevant officials, the ministers, can get together to see how the two, the department and SASSA can better lean on each other? Because I foresee there to be massive savings that can be made if it is in fact a duplication system. And what I also foresee, I know SASSA is focusing on new clients, only doing biometrics for the new applications. But if Home Affairs already has, verifications for all South Africans, it should not then stop you from also doing biometrics for existing SASSA clients. If the existing SASSA clients' details, fingerprints, facial, etc., is all sitting with Home Affairs on the National Populations Register. So I just would like some clarity on that, the cost of the process, who's the service provider, and how many times, DH Home Affairs has been down that's hampered your work. And, is that engagement happening to see how you can better utilize their systems at probably what I suspect a significantly reduced rate and a massive saving for the state. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Abrams, for those questions. I'll hand over straight away to the Honorable Munyai. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sure through your guidance, what will not be answered will have to be responded in written form. And I think we must acknowledge that since the Stellenbosch student fiasco, and I'm sure there's been strong intervention and progress being made by SASSA in trying to stabilize the system. And I'm going to ask the following questions, which I'm sure will help the IT department to strengthen and stabilize the system. The one question will be around the issues on system stability and technical challenges. One, with respect to presentation, they mentioned that CPU is overutilized and as a consequence, there's infrastructure strain. What are the specific measurable performance metrics of the systems? This is, for example, during downtime, transaction failures, and as failure rate, and what is the concrete time-bound plan to resolve these issues with respect to capacity issues. Given the critical reliance on the Department of Home Affairs Chair with respect to ABIS system, what specific joint technical working group has been established with the Department of Home Affairs to permanently resolve the intermittent connectivity issues? What are the agreed? Is there any agreed upon service level agreement? And in this context, Chair, it also is very important for me to recommend that on the issues of integration, it's not done by Home Affairs. It's a private company that does it to integrate on behalf of Home Affairs. So the issues of free or not free can be addressed when we have a joint meeting of the portfolio committee with Home Affairs and SASSA on the issues of the intergovernmental relation resolve. So with respect to contingency plans and the impact on the beneficiaries, what are the Home Affairs system, when the Home Affairs system is offline or the beneficiary cannot be biometrically verified, what is the clear and communicated contingency process for the individual to either apply for grant or change their details with respect to their profile? How are we ensuring that these are not unjustifiably excluded during the outages? As you know, that issues of the energy remains a constraint in our country. With respect to the override function, for exception systems open to potential abuse, what are the specific control and audit trails are in place to ensure that that overrides are used strictly to legitimate cases, not as a loophole to bypass the security system is meant to provide? With respect to data privacy, security, and ethics, the biometric data is highly sensitive. Can they perhaps detail exact legal framework and security measures protocols governing the storage, processing, and sharing of this beneficiary data to prevent the data breaches or misuse? What are the specific public awareness campaigns have been rolled out to educate the beneficiaries and the communities around, especially on the vulnerable and rural communities, on why their biometrics are being collected, how the data will be used, and what are their rights are in this regard? On the project management and rollout, which is the efforts being taken forward by the SASSA, the rollout was expedited due to fraud risk, as you remember the Stellenbosch issue? What specific risk assessment was conducted to balance the agency of implementation with the potential for system failure and service delivery disruption? The presentation mentioned an 80-20 rule for user migration. What does this mean in practical terms? How many staff across the country are still not trained or equipped to use the new system, potentially creating the bottlenecks for the department? On measuring success and accountability, Chair, this is my last two questions. Beyond the number of verification of 42,000, what are the key performance indicators for judging that this project is a success? For example, what percentage reduction in fraudulent grants has been observed since September the 1st? Ultimately, who is the single point of accountability for stability and success of the entire biometric verification program? Chair, and I'm sure with regard to practical implementation, challenges and ethics implications of the system need to be highlighted as they try to respond or provide written response in this regard. I must thank you and thank the SASSA for their presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Munyai. And now we will go to the Honorable Mahato. Honorable Reverend Kapuka, I note your hand, so you will come through after the Honorable Mahato. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think my question will be just the small ones. The presentation shows that the biometric rollouts status obtained 100% in all provinces. And this is a big achievement. I think on the biometric rollouts, I think the status is showing a big achievement. So I just want to ask only two questions. How will insights from provincial oversight and appeals awareness session fit into SASSA processes improvements and reduce avoidable appeals in subsequent quarters? And then the last question, are there any cash flow or review cycle risk to monthly withdrawals and timely ground payments given mid-year adjustment and constituency arrangement exist with NT and SASSA? So those are my two questions, but I just want to be very much happy on the biotic rollout status. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mahato, for that. I will now go over to the Honorable Reverend Kobaza.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I'd like to thank SASSA for the presentation. I think the biometric is long overdue. And for me, I think we should then ask ourselves, because that is where the corruption happens, the duplicate of people, the ghost people that are being paid. And I think we welcome the biometric and the verification. The banks have got years now doing it with Home Affairs. I don't think SASSA is really serious about that. I think we should have been finished with the agreement in terms of how do we verify and how do we work with the Home Affairs, as they have the system that is currently running, and the banks are using it to verify at the current moment. So for me is that when will that happen? if it has not happened right now. It's the most important thing. It's something that will save the department millions, save the department billions of rands, they have been wasted with that corruption of ghost people being paid, and we will remember the Stellenbosch people again. They alluded that there are people that are using even the banks when they're doing that. So the verification is very important. And for me, it will be that how do we then make sure as the system, as we integrate the both systems, how do we make sure the security of it, how tight will it be? I think Honorable Mnyai also alluded in terms of when the system is down and we are able to load people at that point in time, and how do we then make sure that that breach that happened at that point in time, when it comes back, can it be done deliberately so that the people can be loaded at that point in time? And how do we verify those people that have been loaded at that point in time, that they are the right people to be beneficiaries of SASSA? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Reverend Kobaza. Honorable Abrams, is that an old hand or a new one?
Chairperson, sorry, it's a new hand. I just forgot to ask that when the CFO presents on the cost implications of the system, if you can maybe just also distinguish between the setup cost and if there is a monthly, service fee for the ICT infrastructure of this program. Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, I will now, I see that there are no other hands from the honorable members' side. I will hand over back to the DG, the CEO of SASSA and their teams to respond to those questions, please. Over to you, DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members and the DM. Can I ask the SASSA CEO for the response? I think CEO, you will delegate who needs to tackle these issues that has been asked. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you very much, DG, Chairperson, and honorable members. Let's attempt to give clarity in the questions that have been raised. The team will also support me in the questions, in answering the questions. Chairperson, yes, of course. You will remember when we appeared before this committee, we did commit when we looked at and presented the action plan on the system vulnerability as per the report that we received from Stellenbosch, that we since tightened our governance structures to look at, especially on the audit assurance, to look at the system weaknesses, and that happens on a quarterly basis, Chair. We've been doing that. Internal audit has been playing a key role in ensuring that on a quarterly basis we look at the report and we look at the vulnerability and look at the action plans and whether we are progressing very well on that. Coupled with that, there was also a question on the risk assessment. What are the specific risk assessment that is done? Yes, we also do that through our independent risk committee. We have conducted the risk assessment on the issues that have been raised on the system vulnerability, and we do have a monthly setup of the risk committee that look at all those issues that have been identified and the mitigation, whether we are progressing well on the mitigation. That is also done. And then on the issue of the National Treasury, we report to Treasury on a quarterly basis. We are now in September, Honorable Abrams, so it then means that in October, second week of October, we'll have to submit the progress report on the verification to National Treasury. And ordinarily, what we normally do, this committee also needs to have a side of that report. So when we submit to National Treasury that report, we'll always also brief the committee on the progress that we're making as per the conditions as well. The issue of the Home Affairs, yes, the team will then come and give quite elaboration of some of the setup that we have with Home Affairs. We do have operational meetings with Home Affairs, and on a high level, yes, we have a memorandum of understanding in fact, memorandum of agreement with Home Affairs in terms of the data sharing and data checks and all that. What we have been trying to fast track was the engagement that you, Chairperson, you're proposing, and I think the Honorable Abrams also proposing, that the high-level engagement on the DGs and the CEO. So that part we have been on it. We wanted to have a quick discussion at the level of the DGs as well. But operationally, yes, there's constant engagement and there's operational meetings that are happening, especially just to emphasize that when you look at the challenges with the biometric, the offline, on the Home Affairs, it's something that happened frequently, but not long time, for a longest time. It will happen either for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and the system will then come back. I think by the nature of the IT systems, that's what happens. I think probably the IT people will talk to it. But my understanding and my own experience has taught me that probably I think when you have weather issues, when you have an overload of systems, when you have power cuts and all that, it really intermittently affect the operation of the system, which doesn't necessarily happen quite a long time. I know I was for example, in Bellville, myself trying to do the oversight in Cape Town. And yes, at some point when one or two beneficiaries were captured through the biometric, it did not allow for the next 10 minutes. But after that, and indeed when we check the communication through the platform that is there between us and Home Affairs, there was an indication that the system was down, but immediately the system came back after 10 minutes. So yeah, and then the system continued as smoothly as it was supposed to. But we know that in the ICT system, those are some of the matters that sometimes will come in. But I know that the ICT can come in and at least assist on that. Just my last point is that the issue of the fraud, I think the system won't be able to say how many fraud we have saved, because the system actually assists us to detect and to prevent the fraud. So immediately on the validation and verification, when a person is not legible, it will kick them out immediately. So they won't actually go through the system. So it is the system that prevents, the new onboarding of the fraudulent transaction. So that's how the system works. But I think on the review side, what the Honorable Abraham said, on the review side, I think when we present the report later on, when we submit the report, yes, I think it will give you a better view of what the progress we've actually experienced so far on the review side, in terms of how many grants we've lapsed, how many grants were suspended, and what is the level of savings that government has actually witnessed in the process. Can I then allow other colleagues to come in? Brenton, you can come in first, and then CFO, then there's ICT. In that order, colleagues. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, here. I think most of the questions were directed to ICT. I think maybe just in terms of Honorable Abrams' question around when our next report is due to National Treasury. So we've submitted our first report at the end of July. The second report will be submitted at the end of October. And then just on the statistics that the Honorable Member has cited, I think maybe just a gap in the analysis there is that the member should also then measure the number of reviews that were scheduled against the full population. Otherwise, the 6% will seem large. So if you look at the number of reviews, which was about 180,000 targeted out of the population, then the 6% comes down, and you apply that to the 6%, that number comes down. I know I did do the calculation, but I can't recall it out of the top of my head, but it would be, I think it's less than 1%. But we can share those types of analysis as well with the committee. I think ICT will talk to all the agreements with and engagements with Home Affairs, as well as all the system related questions that Honorable Munyai has raised. And then I think there was a question as well around SASSA's engagement with National Treasury. Maybe DG, you would want to talk about. I'm not aware of any adjustments to budgets that's been made in the midterm, but I think it's still too early because the midterm budget is still has to be tabled. In terms of the overrides that we do put in place, when we do allow, if the system is down, if the Home Affairs system is down for any reason, we still enroll biometrics within the local office. We still enroll biometrics in the local office. So we capture the biometrics and then we check those biometrics with Home Affairs when the systems are back up. And so in essence, nobody should be slipping through the cracks. In other words, even if the check isn't done on the spot, before that grant goes into payment, the check will be done with Home Affairs because all biometrics has to be captured by us to prevent those instances where people possibly could be abusing that. As well as, so for those where there are also overrides, for example, where maybe a person does not have a fingerprint or fingers, and we need to do an override, all of that is also recorded on the system. And every person who has authorized that override is also recorded on the system for us to be able to oversee that function. And obviously, if these numbers are out of proportion, then the district and regional managers will investigate further, and at head office as well. We keep an eye on those numbers. I'm not sure if our internal audit team is in the meeting, CEO, but I think there
No, I think
is.
I've
But I
covered
think the
that, yeah.
CIO. Oh, you
Yeah.
covered. Okay, thanks, CEO. I
I've
think
covered
then
that. I
maybe the
think, yeah.
CIO can come in.
Yeah, CIO, please come through.
Thanks, CEO, and good afternoon, Chairperson and the members, SASSA and DSD executives. I think trying to respond to the questions, just to add on the response by the CEO on the issue of internal audit. I think something that we're also doing with internal audit before we take a system into productions, we also bring them in just to help identify if there's any misconfiguration, the issue of user access, and to look at the issue of pen test and the vulnerability, so that it's then when we take the system into production, at least we've got that level of assurance in terms of security. I think on the issue of Home Affairs, definitely the CEO did cover that, and yes, we at the operational level, we continuously engage with Home Affairs. We're also aware of the improvement that they are doing in their infrastructure, though I'm not very sure of the exact date when they said everything will be actually be upgraded and replaced, where they need to do that. But I know that very soon they said they will be able to provide stability in most of their infrastructure, their critical infrastructure. How many times DHA has failed? I think this one, Chair, obvious, we need to go to our service desk to be able to extract the calls that get logged, obviously, when the system goes down, and because every time a system goes down or there is an issue, we log an incident, and then we resolve the incident, and by resolving the incident, we're able to identify exactly where the problem was, and that report is available on our service desk. Obviously, we need to draw that report. Well, in terms of duplicating, obviously we use DHA to validate, to verify the information. So I don't think really maybe we're duplicating in that context. But it's also critical to understand that as a SASSA, high availability, redundancy is very critical. And I think that's where EM indicated that no, as we capture these fingerprints and as we validate, verify them with Home Affairs, we also store an image. And that helps us that no, you don't have always to use the resources to go to Home Affairs to check. You can just check locally, and that makes the process to be much quicker. But also, when, for example, you don't have Home Affairs for whatever reason, let's also understand that Home Affairs is not just only the system, but there's also connectivity to Home Affairs. And that connectivity is outside Home Affairs that can be impacted by power issue, can be impacted by just a failure of a particular hardware, a cable theft or a cable cut. So there are a number of things that you can experience. And as an organization, you need to make sure that no, you have got a proper disaster recovery, business continuity strategies in place to be able to continuously provide the necessary service to our beneficiaries. How much it costs the biometrics and who's the service provider? We have appointed a company called Cyber One. I think that for about 3 years at a cost of 29,925,486 rands. And this cost includes setup and as well as support and maintenance for the period of 3 years. So I think in terms of breakdown, we can just get that contract and we can show exactly, or the SLA show exactly how the breakdown is. But that is the cost. What is specific measures in terms of improving the infrastructure and performance? And let me also clarify this, members, that obviously when you go into production, though you might have done a stress test, but once you are in production and you have got the real load, that's when you start, you monitor and check that no, the capacity that you have allocated or the resources that you have allocated, whether it's a processing power, whether it's a memory, it's not necessarily sufficient, as obvious the usage increase. So we monitor that, and then once we see that, then we adjust so that we can find a correct balance for better performance. So that's what we really mean. But let me also indicate that we have procured a new infrastructure, and we have started configuring the infrastructure, and the actual hardware configuration of the new infrastructure, it will be ready by the 17th of October. Then from that time going forward, we'll then migrate these workloads into the new infrastructure, and we believe that will also improve the performance as well. Now, obviously, if you are running a new infrastructure, the better technology, so things works better there. Is the SLA between SASSA and I think MOU, the CEO spoke about it between us and Home Affairs. When Home Affairs is offline, what is the to contingency? I think I've already spoken to that. On the override controls, and I think Moponi should be here, should be able to provide that if we didn't answer that, or also Mr. Van Vriende. Data privacy encryption. Okay, right. In terms of protecting the beneficiary data, and we really understand how critical is this data. We do have multiple cyber security tools or technologies in place. Obvious when you protect the information of the data, you start at the firewall. You make sure that you put a proper perimeters. You look at the antivirus that you put in place. You look at the encryption. So we do have such tools in place, so that if, for example, you store the data, you have make sure that you encrypt that data. You make sure that there's a proper control in terms of who access that data. But on top of that, as SASSA, we did present to this very same committee that no, we have got a security operations center in place where we continuously monitor incidents as and when they happen, so that we're able to react, proactively react, and also respond to such. So we do have a number of that. I think CEO spoken about the issue of risk percentage reduction. That one is spoken to on home affairs, downtime. It's not okay. I think I've also spoken to that CEO and honorable chairperson. But if I've missed something, then I will appreciate if I can be reminded. I thank you.
Chairperson, it does look like we've covered. Have you covered the one on the costing, Jabulani? The expenditure on the biometric?
Yes, I did. CEO.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Chairperson, I think we have covered all the questions that have been raised. Safe to say that I think there was something of training that we have trained everyone, Honorable Munyai, as per the report that was there. We've trained all the officials that were supposed to be trained. Chairperson.
Thank you, CEO, and the Honorable Mr. Van Vrede and the other senior manager, that Mr. Jabulani, for the answers or the responses to the questions that were raised. I see that the Honorable Munyai has got his hand up again, or is it an old one?
No, don't worry, I'll be covered by written response on what has not been. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Munyai. I then, according to our agenda for today, that was the last presentation and the deliberations that we had. What follows would be our internal meeting. I just wonder if the Honorable DM had any thing to say in this meeting.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, we have shared the success of the targets for the first quarter, and also highlighted the line items. And we hope that the committee now has a good idea of where we stand and whether we will continue this success going through the next few quarters. We'd like to thank our honorable members for very important questions that will help us, especially when we present to you the achievement of the targets for the next quarter. One of the important issues that were raised was the issue of the SRD grants. I just want to point out that the SRD grant needs to be redefined. We all know it is the old COVID grant, but we are the only country in the world that still, pays a COVID grant. So it's not the COVID grant. In fact, some honorable members may come to the conclusion that this is in fact the start of the basic income grant, which is so important for the country. But I want to conclude here by stating that when it comes to the SRD grant, we are looking at that as a foundation for sustainable livelihoods. And when we talk about sustainable livelihoods, we also include some sort of assistance where we will move people from social grants, we will move people who are not earning an income to micro businesses, so that we can make them more prosperous. And that is the aim we don't, social department, we don't want the whole country to be on social grants. We want people to move away from that concept into sustainable livelihoods. So reimagining and redefining the SRD grant is going to play a very important role in achieving one of the objectives of the National Development Plan, that by 2030, there should be no food poverty in the country. So when it comes to that, we have the safeguard of the SRD grant, and we may have to reach at least 700 or just over 700 Rand by 2030 to achieve that objective of the National Development Plan. But the last issue, Chair, is intergovernmental relations. A lot of work needs to be done. There are one or two provinces that has been singled out that still wants to operate in silos. And the president is cracking the whip. He doesn't want any silos in the 3 tiers of government. And so it was disappointing to hear that there were obstacles in the national department getting access to data. Should not be necessary for a national department to use the PIA Act, for example, to get data. That is completely unacceptable, and we hope we have support of the committee, that practice must be stopped. South Africa's got 9 provinces and not 8 provinces. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable DM, for that. And I think that would sort of close the part of the meeting where the department and the entities.
Chairperson?
Honorable Munyai?
No, there's something that is off. If I don't ask it, I'll have a problem. If you allow me, please, Chair, 1 second to do it, because if I don't place it on record, we may have some challenges.
Okay.
May I please, Chair?
No, go ahead.
You know, when the Deputy Minister says that the SRD grant must be reimagined and people must be integrated into other micro businesses, and we don't want social grant, is the minister SRD grant? Is the Deputy Minister is he against the commitment of the President on SONA when he said the SRD must continue and through phasing approach, universal basic income support or universal basic income grant should be introduced? When he says that it must be reimagined, does he mean that he want to do away, the department want to do away with the SRD grant? Please, if that could be covered, because I see a contradiction.
I didn't hear the minister saying that exactly, but I have to honor your question and ask the honorable chairperson, the honorable deputy minister to clarify. Over to you, honorable minister or deputy minister.
Yeah, maybe I didn't express myself clearly. The SRD grant is a foundation for example, a basic income grant or any other grants moving forward. So I want to make it clear that the SRD grant, if it's reimagined or redefined, it doesn't mean that the budget allocated for that will disappear. I think that will always remain, and Treasury was bold enough to provide new funds for what we now call the SRD grant, which was previously the COVID grant, indicating government seriousness to have a foundation to move forward. So I want to assure the honourable member that there is a lot of support in government that we retain that foundation but reimagine it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, for that, which closed the part of the meeting that involved the department and the entities. I just would like to take this opportunity to thank the department as led now by the Deputy Minister and the DG, the CEO, and the chief directors and DDGs who are among us. And thank you for the question, for responding to the questions, for the presentations. And also, I just want to thank our other stakeholders that are among us here. I see that we have the PMG, we have a number of stakeholders that we definitely need to be part of these meetings. So we thank you so much for that. I just would like you to now log off, but I ask the members, the honorable members, to stay on the platform so that we can do the internal business. And please, all the questions that were asked and the requests were made to respond to them in writing, please go ahead and do that, DG. I know you are able, you normally do that, so it's not like it's a first request. You do that very ably. You've done that in the past, so please do that and accept our gratitude and go well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much,
Good
Chairperson.
afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, as the department is leaving us, I would like for our content advisor to please prepare the presentation of the committee's annual performance plan and the strategic plan so that we can, I might, in fact, I don't know if I should, Lindiwe, please guide me there, if I should to do justice to this process, if I should hand over to you so that you can, the members can elect a acting chairperson so that I can prepare for the meeting with the chair of chairs. You can guide me if you think 17 minutes will be enough, if that, 17 minutes, in fact, will be enough for this process to go well, not to be rushed. Lindiwe?
Thank you very much, Chair. I would advise to be on the safe side because we cannot predict how the engagements will unfold. To just elect the acting chairperson as the rules of parliament allows the committee in the absence of the chairperson. I think just to be safe, Chair, so not to rush, to rubber stamp the process.
Yes, so that we can deal with the last two aspects of the meeting. I have been, obviously, I do have a copy of the strategic plan, and so the chairperson that will act will deal with whatever eventuality happens, and I will be sort of provided with the updates thereafter. But thank you so much, honorable members, and thank you for your questions and your comments that help to advance our mandate as we oversight the work of the department and its entities. We will see each other in days to come. But thank you for now. I will sign off so that I can join the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My role, members, is very minimal. It's just to facilitate the process to elect an acting chairperson in the absence of the chairperson. Members, therefore, the rules of the National Assembly allows the committee to elect amongst themselves one member to become the acting chairperson. So members, I'll just allow that process for a member to express he or her view by show of hands here as to whom do you think will be the acting chairperson for the rest of the session. I therefore call for nomination, members. For the acting chair, you can just press your hand and then I'll recognize you. Members, once again, with your indulgence, I request that amongst you, I need a mover for the acting chairperson to facilitate the proceedings for that until the end of the meeting. So I therefore call upon the person to nominate one of the members of the committee.
Chairperson.
Member Makgato, I recognize you.
Yes, I nominate the name of Munyai.
Thank you very much, Member Makgato. Is there any member that seconds the nomination for Member Munyai to become the acting chairperson for the rest of this meeting? Any seconder? Yes, the other member? I need a mover in support of the nomination of Member Munyai to be the chairperson. The seconder, members? Members, we are electing the acting chairperson. Member Tlong, Member Tweni, Member Ramaila, all the members that are in the platform, can we also assist the process if you are of the view that Member Munyai can facilitate the rest of these proceedings by seconding the nomination from Member Makgato? Any member who seconds the nomination?
Ramaila here, I second.
Okay. Thank you very much, Member Ramaila. Member Ramaila seconds the nomination of Member Munyai to be the chairperson. Member Munyai, are you accepting the nomination?
Chair, I accept. Let's proceed.
Okay. Is there any other further nominations? 3, 2, 1, 0. Member Munyai, you are duly elected by this committee to take over the responsibility of the chairperson by facilitating the rest of the proceedings of today. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Munyai, to allow the Content Advisor to present the APP and Strat Plan for the consideration and adoption by this committee. Over to you, Member Munyai.
Honorable members, I'm now allowing the content advisor to do some presentation with respect to analysis as requested by the secretary.
Good afternoon, Acting Chairperson, and to the members and my colleagues. Chair, as you can see, it looks like we have a problem today. I am switching on my video, but it only shows the background, not my face. So I'm just going to switch it off. Chair, just to maybe to get guidance from the members. In the context that I did share the presentation or the plans to the members last week. Can Member Makgato mute, please? Thank you. Yes, Chair. So I was just saying that the plans were forwarded to the members last week, Friday, and the request was made for input on Tuesday. I did receive inputs from one member from the committee, and these are very detailed 2 documents, Chairperson. So I don't know how do you want me to proceed. I couldn't even make a slide presentation because they are very detailed presentations, but the main thing is how we captured what was raised as focus areas in the workshop and the targets and the indicators that we then formulated with the assistance of our Mr. Joe Paweni. So I don't know how do I need to proceed, Acting Chair, especially that the members had the chance to look at the documents. I hope they did. Can I get a assistance, Acting Chair? How should I just go word for word? Or I don't know what to do.
I think talk to the presentation and raise those critical issues with respect to your presentation.
Okay.
Mas, do you have any view on how it should be presented?
Sorry, Acting Chair, I didn't hear. Are you asking for my suggestion?
I was asking if members they have a different view than what we are recommending.
But agreeable, Chair. Let her talk to the presentation.
Thank you.
The highlights.
Any contrary view? There seems to be none. Let's proceed in that order.
Okay, I'll start with the 5-year plan, Acting Chair, and just maybe to say that the first sections of the strat plan are really highlighting the legacy priorities that we inherited from the 6th Parliament. I don't want to scroll up and down this document because I think it could be irritating to members on the other side. I'm just going to talk to the document as I've structured it. And so the priorities that we inherited from the 6th administration, and that largely, were rolled over to the 7th Parliament. They're just a continuation of the 7th Parliament, the issues that the members had raised. And also I then located some of those, Chairperson, to the government-wide priorities in terms of the MTDP, the NDP. This table is mainly about that, Chair. The NDP, the MTDP, and also the SONA, what the SONA had prioritized, that is in relation to what, as a committee, we had already identified as our priority areas. And I've also highlighted the plans of Parliament and what are the outcomes that Parliament we focus on in Parliament's 5-year strategic plan and the annual performance plan, which in large, Chair, I can safely say, when it comes to the plans of government, our priorities are in sync with the plans of government and the priorities of the MTDP, as members are probably aware what those priorities are. So we are, I can really say we are in sync with that. Chair, I also want to just talk to this Parliament Oversight Priority Plan. I mentioned it briefly in our workshop, but safely to say that there is now this new Parliamentary Oversight Priority Plan that was adopted this year, I think, by Parliament. and just as to how our oversight work of committees should be structured. This plan, in short, is OPP. It identified 7 broad thematic outcomes that committees should focus on. I did speak to this chair in my presentation when we were doing in the workshop, but these are the areas that were identified. I think when it comes to this committee, this is on priorities, thematic area, social services. That's where mainly our work now focuses on. And we were one of the implementing committees that were identified to look at issues, which obviously in our case, it's an issue on social security, including the basic income grants that this committee has really been advocating for and in support for it. So our oversight then needs to look at this particular area, which I can say that we have already done that. We have a standing resolution where we need to get regular updates on the drafting of the policy on BIS. So we are on track in terms of doing oversight when it comes to this particular area. The other areas, which is economic recovery, which not really we relate to that. But there is one, members, I want to highlight this one, infrastructure development, which includes the ICT. So when we were briefed on this plan by our manager, he indicated that there was also a plan to increase the committees that over and above what is listed in this plan. Particularly when it comes to ICT, that other committees may also be involved. And in our case, we just learned, which from the department and SASSA, the whole process of digitizing their business processes, and now the department is doing the same. So our oversight then will have to look at the implementation of all these projects, or of modernizing and digitizing the work of the social development portfolio, which of course we've already done that. So we also fall into this. And from my understanding is that the House Chairperson will convene a meeting with the chairpersons. I'm not sure whether these meetings that the chairperson went to attend will focus on this, just to give chairpersons more insight about this OPP. And I'm hopeful maybe there will be a bigger platform where other members will be given more information on this OPP by the developers of this OPP. There are other areas, Chairperson, that don't really relate to us, but I just included them as in terms of being comprehensive about this OPP. Then what really I want the members to focus on, and I'm hoping they really had a chance to look at this, this committee 5-year focus areas. These are the areas that we identified when we had the workshop. So over the five years, the committee looked at issues of job creation, which also relates to the MTDP priority. And these are the target areas that maybe I won't go into details, but unless the members, they really want us to do that. But I did receive some inputs here, which I've effected, looking in terms of the role of the NDA, in terms of addressing the unemployment through the CSOs that it is funding, and looking at the issue of NDA being the conduit between the departments in terms of job creation, which was raised. The issue of linking cooperative to communicate opportunities, it came out from the presentation that we just had from the departments. That's a focus area for this committee to also identify for oversight. And I can't overemphasize enough the policy on basic income support. That's exactly what the committee has already done to conduct oversight on this one. And the employment of and empowerment of people with disabilities, that's one area I think I would really advise the committee we should really look at this because it is a requirement for the departments to report on the employment of people with disabilities as per the white paper on the rights of people with disabilities, and recently promulgated regulations that revised the target employment rate of people with disabilities. So we need to look at that one, Chair. And then there are some targets that are contained in the MTTP, which we will also have to look at that, which the department has already put them in their strategic plan with this target number that will be created with in the 5 years. And for annually, this is the target that the department has raised. So we need to look at that. And the committees can also focus on what they've already started in terms of the impact and the sustainability and what the duration of the employment that is created. When it comes to social assistance program, which links to priority 2 MTTP, these are the target areas that the committee raised on our workshop. The issue of biometric, which we have started conducting oversight on it through the regular report backs from SASSA, reports from SASSA. And also looking at, we already done the determination, the implications on determination of MSA, we did the oversight on that, and the whole integrity of the verification process. The committee, I can safely say we're already on track in terms of our target focus area on this one. The issue of the undocumented children, the issue of the child support grant, having a desired impact and having children in school. And there was an issue raised in terms of the public being made aware of eligibility for the temporary disability grant, because there seems to be a lack of understanding and people apply when probably they're not eligible. And also the process of registration being tedious and long. So probably the modernization, this can also be looked at how it addresses the application process for the TDG, Temporary Disability Grant. And okay, I think these are the responsible departments that they were identified in terms of our intersectoral engagements on these issues that were raised above. Then we also had the focus area on social security, that there needs to be awareness on who qualifies for the old age grant, because there are people who will apply who probably are not eligible to it. And same as the finalization of this policy linking social grants to beneficiaries to government services. We already started on that one, the BIS. And there was also an issue about the white paper on comprehensive social security, which addressed the issue of savings, mandatory savings. And I think it was an issue that was raised that there seems to be a lack of people making long-term savings. Then they come to retirement age, they don't have enough savings. And hence there's now been a call for the increase in old age grant, but that has to be balanced with the fiscus of the country. So there was now the feeling of the committee that it needs to make a follow-up on how the concept of comprehensive social security can be revived back, because that paper has since been put on hold for various challenges that emerged with the white paper on comprehensive social security. Food security, that was another focus area that was raised really on the impact on the National Food and Nutrition Security Plan, which the department contributes through the community nutrition and development centers, that they lack the developmental aspect of it, that there must be reconsideration that it must also involve food production to make people self-sustainable than just to be serving meals to people. And also having engagements with the Department of Agriculture on this aspect, the impact of the cost of living, and also the role of the NDA in terms of its support to food generation CSOs. I'm just going very quickly, Chair. And then there is the one on the building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, which is the MTTP target or priority. Here, Chair, we need to look at the issue of this National Integrated Social Protection Information System, because it's one of the targets of the NTDP to get the government integrated. We already, I think, from the discussions that members embarked on in the previous presentation, we can see already the thinking is there in terms of connecting oversight on the integration between different government departments, and also to look at the implementation and impact of automation of social grant processes, all the process that SASSA is embarking on in terms of challenges that may have on the beneficiaries. And we also look at the issue of capacitating the frontline offices of SASSA. And we know that there is a plan that SASSA is put in its APP to finalize this human resource plan, which it seeks to address the capacity issues within SASSA. When it comes to the NDA, the issue of the NDA turnaround strategy and the organizational restructuring of the NDA, which is embarking on. So there's something focus areas that were identified by this committee that should be looked at. Also, when it comes to the NPO, the harmonization of the bylaws and the support and the role of the SALGA and COGTA in terms of supporting the NPOs. I think we already started with this work, this oversight with our visit to Gauteng, but I feel and I would advise that we continue the engagements on this aspect, especially when it comes to the bylaws. That seems to be a bigger problem for the NPO sector. There were intersectoral focus areas that were identified by this committee. They relate to the rights of older persons in terms of the services that they are entitled to in terms of the Older Persons Act, which is now has since been amended. So it is the Older Persons Act as amended, and the different roles, departments that have a role to play when it comes to the services for older persons. The rights of people with disabilities, also looking at the big gap that is now, that is there, that there isn't any overarching legislative framework. Like with the Children's Act, we have a Children's Act, but when it comes to people with disabilities, there isn't any overarching legislation. This was raised when we had engagement with the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities. But in the interim, the DSD is developing this policy, which is now only focusing on the social development services to persons with disabilities, not necessarily with regard to other department services as well. But this is what now the department is developing with the plan to then draft the bill on social development services to persons with disabilities. So the scope here is only limited to the services that are rendered by the Department of Social Development, not necessarily by other departments. The issue of substance abuse is also an intersectoral issue that the committee identified, and we need to look at the, we had planned to have a report on the impact assessment of 2019 to 2024 National Drug Master Plan, but that didn't take place. We had a meeting scheduled for some, I think it was the previous quarter, but that didn't take place. So there needs to be a follow-up on this one. And also there has to be a drafting of the new plan for the current term of office of should I say administration. And also this long-standing issue that keeps on coming, even when we have presentation from the CDA, there is not any national survey that, for example, that Statistic SA always has the population survey, the employment survey. We don't have on substance abuse, which is a big issue, problem we have in the country that results in many social ills that we see today. But there isn't any survey that indicates the prevalence in the country that will obviously translate into proper planning and policies of the country. So there's this big gap that is still there. When it comes to gender-based violence and femicide, that was also one area that was identified, and that we should look at the cases of violence against children and see how the interventions can be tailor-made or respond to the sketch using the existing case studies as evidence. And same thing, there's no survey on the prevalence of GBV in the country that should inform the policy and strategies of the country. And also we need to now to have intersectoral briefings on this GBV, the Department of Police, Justice. We also had one on business development as far as it regards to the skilling and empowerment of victims of GBV. And then the other one is on child-targeted violence, sexual assault, and murder. That also includes trafficking and teenage pregnancy is a focus area for this term. And mainly to look at the department, has since been rolling out these social and behavior change programs. There are various programs under this SCP program, like your YOLO, your parenting, teenage parenting programs or family programs and all of those. And the committee then can need to look at the impact on these programs as far as addressing the scourge of child-targeted violence, because we have seen that family members, they need help. We've seen mothers trafficking their children, mothers killing their own parents, should I say not mothers, parents, even killing their own children. So there is serious intervention that is needed at the family level. So the department has these programs in place to try and assist there. There is another one on sanitary dignity program, which includes distribution of sanitary products to schools, that the DSD also has a role to play here, and also the Department of Basic Education. So there needs to be some oversight on this, because I think this committee has never really focused on this aspect. I think for me, it came to my attention when we had a joint meeting with the Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities. So that's one area that we need to look at it in terms of the budget allocated for this program, the expenditure, the reach and the distribution, and basically the impact of this program. Then we have disaster management, that was also raised, really looking at the issue of shelter for victims of disaster and the role of DSD and its entities when it comes to the interventions during a disaster, as well as COGTA, especially because in terms of infrastructure that is needed for these shelters. There is also a need to look at the funding through the finalization of the regulations on the fundraising amendment bill. These are the various legislation for this term: the Children's Amendment Bill, the Victim Support Bill, the South African Social Security Amendment Bill, the National Development Amendment Bill, the Social Assistance Amendment Bill, which will give effect to the implementation of the Basic Income Grant. So the bill will have to be amended, the Act will have to be amended. And the review of the Prevention of and Treatment of Substance Abuse Act, as far as relates to the empowers governance issues, funding of the CDA, and like I just said now, the Fundraising Amendment Act, the regulations for this act. Okay, Chair, and there's also in terms of our oversight, these are all the obligated work that we need to do in terms of the strat plans, the quarterly reports, the annual reports that we consider, the audit findings, and also our own oversight work that we do as a committee. So this one speaks to that, Chairperson. Then also the international study tour that the committee will have to embark on within this financial year, that we are yet to do some work on this one, but the chairperson has already advised that the focus should be on child protection, because the country has a serious challenge when it comes to that. I think I can end here, Chair, because these are the core things. This is just the risks that we may encounter and what can we do in terms of mitigating those risks. I think I don't need really to go into detail, because the crux of the matter, I think, is what I just presented to the committee. This is the budget. This is just an estimation, Chair. Just safely to mention that up until this, but Sis Lindiwe can maybe correct me if I'm wrong, because it's more of a competency than mine. Up until this financial year, or say the seventh term, the budget of the committee was on a zero budget and was centralized at the so the committees, they didn't have a specific budget allocated to them. It was more centralized. But if I'm making a mistake, she can correct me. But from now, this financial year, the committees were allocated a budget of 3 million. And that is a 3 million that needs to be now spent until the end of the financial year, which is March 2026, March next year, 2026. That 3 million has to be spent. So these are just the estimations of the projected expenditure based on the activities that the costs that were incurred when we had these activities in the previous financial year. But if Mrs. Lindy wants to give details on this one, like I said, it's more of her an area of expertise than it is on my side, Chair. This is the human resources that the committee has. And at least this committee has all the vacancies filled. We have a committee secretary, content advisor, a researcher, we have committee assistant, executive secretary, communication officer. When it comes to the legal services chairperson, we don't have, as far as I know, we don't have any dedicated one. But as and when there's a need, then a correspondence is sent to the Parliament Legal Unit to provide whatever assistance is needed in the human resource. Chair, this is what the strategic plan entails. I don't know if members want to make any inputs.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable received the analysis and the presentation by the content advisor. But I'm sure the issues of centralization of the budget is something that the members need to try, and centralization of the budget to the chairs of chairs is something that need to be engaged going forward. And I think first and foremost, we need to thank you for this comprehensive work. And I'm sure at the core of the challenges in your situational analysis is the committee's work to address the persistent and emerging social challenges that include the social grants, like systematic issues like fraud, vulnerabilities, especially the termination of the SASSA Post Bank contract and the alternative, therefore, to show that the members, the beneficiary, don't get affected, the poverty and dependency. And I'm sure on these issues with regard to grant, it is very imperative that the grant are geared to respond to socio-economic impact that our people are finding themselves, the issues of social ills, institutional capacity, policy delays, you have raised it, and I'm sure the issue of advancing inclusive growth and job creation, oversight job creation and DSD expanded public works program, reducing poverty and the cost of living, building capable ethical developmental states, cross-cutting rights-based issues as you have dealt with them. And I'm sure the issues of the constraints of the budget, the issues of the key legislative issues that requires urgent attention, you have listed them, and the issues of the international study tour, which you are doing the work, and the focus area that has been outlined by the portfolio committee. This is your opportunity to make some contribution, or this is your work, literally. So the content advisor tried to analyze and put them into context for the portfolio committee's consideration. Any other contribution? I think the members understand your summary. They would have read them through. If there's no comment, then we should proceed. Any members, please? Secretary, any advice that you want to put on what has been presented?
Chair, the strat plan was put before the committee for its consideration and adoption so that it becomes an official document of the committee. We therefore going to call the mover and the seconder. Thank you very much, Acting Chair.
Members?
My apologies, Chair. Can I just say something before we do the plan, looking at the time? There are two plans that are interrelated. The other one is the actual annual performance plan, which really takes what is identified as focus areas into annual target for this year and the quarterly targets for this year. But it's basically the same focus areas, Chair. That's the only difference between the two plans. The other one implements the strategic plan. So I don't know, and it was also forwarded to the members for their inputs, but the content is really the same, unless members want to see the actual targets that were developed, or they are fine with the targets as they appear in the APP. I'm just saying so that maybe if you go to but certainly you can advise maybe not right procedurally that the two plans are adopted at the same time or they need to be adopted individually. I'm not sure what the process would be.
I will advise the members to do them concurrently because they are interlinked. What is put on the annual targets, it's arising from the contextual analysis that you have made.
That's correct, Acting Chair. Yes, that's correct.
May we please call for the honorable members to move for the adoptions and the seconder if the members are in the meeting.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move for the adoption.
Thank you very much. May we please have the seconder?
Chairperson, I second.
So therefore, both annual target and strategic plan or analysis, both of them, they've been adopted concurrently. So therefore, we are moving forward. What is the second line item, Secretary?
Thank you very much, Chair. We have just 3 sets of minutes for consideration adoption. The minutes of the 2nd of July, the minutes of the 8th, and the minutes of the 27th of August. Can I flag them, or how do you want me to?
No, please flag them so that it's a protocol that the honorable chairperson that I'm standing in for on the borrowed minutes always want. Thank you.
Chair, can I take the committee quickly through the minutes? Through you, Chair?
Not
Or
as
do you
the
have
protocol.
another approach you want to employ?
I always want the members to advise, but what I'm trying to recommend is what is the protocol of the chair of the portfolio committee, Honorable Masango, does. So can we adopt the similar tactics, sorry.
Thanks very much, Chair. The meeting of the 2nd of July, the agenda was for this committee to consider and adopt the budget vote report on the APP and strat plan of the DSD and its entity. And then there was also a second agenda item for this committee to consider and adopt the 3rd and 4th committee report on the financial and non-financial performance of the DSD and its entity. Chair, the last one we adopted we considered and adopted the minutes. The members that were present in that meeting were Member Mahato, Member Munyai, Member Ramaila, Member Nhlong, and our chairperson, Member Masango, Member Abrahams, Member Reverend Kwabaza, Member Mtweni, Member Mare, Member Tafeni, and we received it. And Member James, we didn't have any apologies, Chair. And then we have our normal support staff, Chair. There were no apologies for this meeting. And then we've adopted the agenda. But the mover was Member Maria, which was seconded by Member Mojato, and the agenda was adopted without any amendments, Chair. The committee considered the minutes of the 4th of June and also the 11th of June, Chair. And then we proceeded to consider and adopt the budget vote on the APP and strat plan of the department and its entity. In that report, Member Munyai moved for the adoption, which was seconded by Member Mohato. Chair, in that meeting, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party recorded its objection to the report. And then, Chair, we considered to adopt the third and fourth committee report and non-financials of the SD. The mover was also Member Munyai and seconded by Member Abrahams. And then there was a correspondence before the committee from UPIC, whereby the committee deliberated on the contents of the request from UPIC and resolved that the National Treasury, UPIC, and SASSA DSD must come and present and to address. National Treasury present the conditions, UPIC present the challenges, and DSD and SASSA respond to issues raised by UPIC. Acting Chair, this is the set of minutes that captured on that day for the consideration and adoption by this committee. Thank you very much. Over to you.
For those that were in the meeting, may you please correct the minutes if there's any areas that you want to correct. And firstly, you can acknowledge if this is the spirit and the content of the meeting as it outlined by the secretary. Only those that were present, please, must contribute to the minutes. Honorable members, platform is yours.
Chairperson, I was there, but I don't see any error on that date.
So do you move for the adoption of the minutes, Honorable Makhato?
Yes, I move for the adoption of the minutes.
May I please respectively have the member to adopt the minutes?
To second, Chair, the motion for adoption?
Yeah, second, yeah.
Was I there, Chair? If I was a second.
You were there?
I do hereby second.
Thank you. And I think, how are we doing in terms of time? Because I think the sitting will start at 3 today. Let's also go to the second minutes, please. And if the members are quiet, I will recommend that if they are not active in the participation, I will recommend that we defer them so that the chair of the meeting that is duly responsible can take care with the agenda. But let's try to push the 2 outstanding minutes. The second day, Secretary, the second date of the minutes. If you can proceed with that. The meeting of the
Yes, Chair, can you see the minutes?
Yeah, dated the 8th of July.
Yes, this was a joint committee with the Standing Committee Appropriation. This was a preemptive strategy from the committee to ensure that the issue of the conditions by the National Treasury finds expression from the Portfolio Committee. At that time, we realized that the Social Development Committee will be appearing to the Standing Committee on Appropriation to present their input on the appropriation bill. So we find it was an opportunity for the committee to attend this meeting, Chair, with the Standing Committee on Appropriation. So these minutes are that of a joint committee. I will focus only on the social development as far as the attendance is concerned. Chair from the Portfolio Committee, Member Masango was present as our chairperson. We have Member Mahato was present in this meeting, and Member Munyai, Member Ramayila, We have Member Gwabaza, and then Member Mtweni was also present, Chair. Reverend Gwabaza, not Reverend Gwabaza, Chair, was also present. We also have Member Marais. There was an apology from Member Abrams, who was not able to attend the meeting due to prior commitments, Chair. The Minister, Chair, was also in that meeting, and also the DG of the Department of Social Development, Chair, and also have the support team from both committees. And then in that meeting, the chairperson from the Portfolio Committee on Appropriation and Social Development provided their opening remarks, the welcome and opening remarks, Chair, and then we received the presentation from the department. And then the presentation was led by our DG, Mr. Nechipale. And then the outline of the presentation covered the context, the purpose context, the strategic posture, the DSD-MT, DP commitments, the DSD SONA commitments for 25-26 financial year, the outlook of the DSD annual performance plan for 2025-2026 financial year, and then the classification of targets for the current financial year, and also the APP focus areas for current financial year, and then also 2025 budget analysis and recommendations, Chair. And then also, Chair, I won't be dwell that much on issues raised. I'll just do it ad hocly. Also, amongst issues that were raised by the members, the committee observed that the current allocation is inadequate for accommodating the personnel in the frontline services. This was in the view of the members, happens at a time when there is a need for the counseling services for communities that were ravaged by the disasters. That these services are also required to assist the victims of GBV and in most communities, Chair. Also, considering the foregoing, the department was asked to explain what would be the supplement the funds for paying the personnel in the frontline services. This was a matter that was raised by the committee. In addition, Chair, the members inquired on the possible partnership with the Department of Economic Development and Tourism. The department was asked to provide an update on the progress made in relation to the potential shift from the SRD grant to Job Seekers Grant. Members requested a written update on the progress, if available, Chair. Also, Chair, the members sought clarity from the department on how SASSA will be able to make a fair distinction between the funds that were deposited into the beneficiary's account, either as supplementary funds for child support grants, loans, or from any other source to assist the recipient. Members opined that in the event Condition 1 sees the light of day, many beneficiaries will be unfairly disadvantaged through the rigorous verification as provided for by this condition. There was an issue, Chair, whereby as a means test, if a beneficiary received any form of income, their grant will be automatically suspended. I think that was an issue raised by the members. So, Chair, the summary of resolutions made during this meeting was that the Secretariat should explore the possibility of a joint meeting with the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, in which the Minister of Finance will clarify the conditions attached to SASSA. And announcement, Chair, the chairperson announced that arrangements for a possible joint meeting with the Portfolio Committee on Social Development will be communicated once arrangements are finalized. Chair, also the chairperson announced that the committee is scheduled to consider and adopt the reports of the 2025 appropriation bill and the ESCOM debt relief. Chair, this meeting didn't take place because the appropriation committee was scheduled to adopt the report, and because there were timelines to do so, but they provided the committee with the report, Chair. Chairperson and members, this is the minutes from the deliberations ensued between the Standing Committee of Appropriation and this committee in receiving a presentation from the DST on the appropriation bill. Thank you very much. Over to you to facilitate further.
Yeah, no problem. I was part of the meeting. Firstly, we were going there to try to request the Treasury not to proceed with the conditions. And I don't find that emphasis being expressed there, because I raise it myself. And second issues as I said, principally we went there to make our input and concern and the impact of such conditions by the Treasury. That was the principal, therefore, our contribution. And I don't remember us agreeing to, until we log out, agreeing to a policy of changing the SRD grant to unemployment grant. That I don't remember, not Chair, Secretary. But our input so far as trying to persuade the appropriation not to proceed. And I think the issues that also arise that came through from the members of the member Galeka was the issues of the dependency, which I personally responded to that. We are trying to respond to socio-economic impact of the country. Those issues, I don't see them covered. However, let's allow other members to talk to the minutes. Members? Secretary, do you remember those discussions?
Chair, the issue as I indicated that I would not go word by word. The issue of the Treasury must consider reversing the conditions. Finds expression in these minutes, Chair. Can I just read that part?
Oh, no, if you confirm that they are there,
Yes.
it is there, not
Yes,
a
it's
problem.
there, Chair.
Thank you. May we please get the members that were in attendance?
Members that were in attendance were Member Masango, who is not here. Member Mahato was also part of that meeting. Member Ramaila was in that meeting, Chair. Member Reverend Kwabaza was also in that meeting. And our Bushet member Mtsweni was also there, and Member Marais, Chair. So we have a couple of members that were in that meeting that can assist the process of adoption.
Chair, can I come in? Ramaila.
You may, please.
Thank you very much. I think except what we have mentioned, fact is because it was a joint portfolio committee meeting, it can only now be for correction and noting, but not for adoption. So I was going to propose that we note the minutes.
You are quite correct because it can be contested by the other portfolio committee. May we note and proceed, please? We propose that we note the minutes. Let's go to the second item, please. That is the correct procedure, meeting procedure if you had a joint meeting, that once one section of the portfolio committee cannot adopt and without the other. So therefore we can note the minutes and proceed. 27 August.
Seconded, Chair.
Baba Mfundisi, usasekhona. You are moving
Yes. Yes. Note and proceed.
We're not noting, we are moving for adoption here and then have the seconder. Reverend Wabaza would have moved. May I please have the seconder? Who's seconding the Reverend?
I'm seconding, Chairperson. I thought other people will come in. I'm seconding.
I think they're in protest or tired.
No, Chair.
We are following Chairperson. We are not tired.
You
Chair.
can't follow by and not take responsibility. Mfundisi Gqobaza.
Yes, please. We are saying that we cannot adopt without.
Bengisho endlulile Mfundisi. Last year. Yeah.
Oh, ledlulile yes ngisho njalo nami kuledlulile. Le angisho lutho la, ngisho lutho ngithula.
Uyathula baba Mfundisi.
Mean that
Sorry.
you need somebody to, and then you need a seconder also.
Or protest baba Mfundisi. As push. Anyone who want to second move for the adoption of the minutes? And a seconder, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. I second the adoption.
Reverend Gqobaza has withdrawn his moving. So you are moving. Can we have a seconder, please?
Sorry, Chairperson, for interruption. Which minutes are we agreeing on? Is the one that we are noting, or we're on the 27th?
27.
Okay.
August 2025.
Okay, Chair.
At Max Building, room for M46. May we please have the seconder, please?
I'll second Chair MP Peters.
You're welcome. Any minutes? I thought this was the last one.
Yeah, I think Member Peters was not in that
Yeah,
meeting.
I can see I was not there. That's why I didn't. My apologies. I
Yes,
withdraw.
sorry. Can other member second the minutes?
I second, Chairperson.
Hey, members, they are here and they are live. Thanks. Any other set of minutes? Oh, this was the last one?
Sicebile, Tata. Sicebile. We are done, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. I need to thank all members for their participation, either silently or actively. It's equally a democratic contribution to the process of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development. I think now you need to prepare for the sitting, which will be at 3 o'clock to date. Thank you very much. You have a great day until the next meeting to be facilitated by the Honorable Chair Masango. Thank you.
Sabonga.
Thank you,
Meeting-
Chair. Bye.
Thank you.
Hayi, siyabonga kakhulu. Siyabonga kakhulu.